Yogashakti Mission and the World Religions Conference Committee. We're really excited about the conference program and really happy to see you all here. And this is Susan Bolton.
And I'd also like to welcome you. I was nervous. What will I say to all these people out here? And one thing that came to my mind is I want to say namaste. And in India, this means I bow down to your inner being. And this is what I think we want to all bring out and see in each other is our inner light. And I want to take this opportunity to thank Ma Yogashakti for being the inspiration for having this conference take place, and Judy also for having the vision to having it all completed, and all of you for coming here and taking part in it. So thank you.
Thank you. To Chip Iacona, who has been a student of Mataji's for many, many years and a very devoted student of Mataji's. And he is going to tell you about Mataji and introduce her, and then she will do an invocation for us.
Thank you, Judy. Welcome, everybody. Well, you know, the lives of great and unique personalities are always a source of inspiration and a symbol of strength and enlightenment to all the people in today's international world. We were told to try to keep in the company of good people and of saints. Born in the holy city of Benares, India, she did her MA, a Master's in Political Science. She was the founding principal of a women's college in India, an international public school in India, and a school for the blind. She founded the Annie Besant Lodge of the Theosophical Society in Chhapra, India in 1956. But in 1961, she renounced her worldly life and entered the holy order of sannyas. Since then, she has done a signal service to the cause of yoga and was designated Shakti Santi Shiromani at the Ujjain Kumbh Mela in 1969 in India, and was further given the title of Maha Mandaleshwar in 1974 at Kumbh Mela in Hardwar, India. She has traveled extensively in India and abroad, carrying the message of yoga to people everywhere. She has opened ashrams in India and in America and has been greatly instrumental in the spread of yoga throughout the West. Believing firmly that yogic knowledge helps man and woman, mankind, to face and bear the stress and strain of modern life. She is a spiritual teacher whose wisdom and love and compassion are beyond human limitations. She looks at the world as one unit, as a revelation of God. She is the embodiment of love and is ready to adapt herself to any circumstance. In the terms of the conference motto, building bridges of understanding, Mataji has been my Golden Gate Bridge. I'm very honored to introduce Ma Yogashakti Saraswati to give our conference invocation.
My eyes and request all of you to please close your eyes a few minutes. We'll do some invocations. Chant Om with me if you like. Take a deep breath in and join me. I'll say some Sanskrit prayers first, and later on we'll say in English too, and you will join with me. Asato ma sadgamaya, tamaso ma jyotirgamaya, mrityorma amritam gamaya, sarvesham swasti bhavatu, sarvesham shantir bhavatu, सर्वेषां मङ्गलं भवतु, सर्वेषां पूर्णं भवतु, लोकाः समस्ताः सुखिनो भवन्तु, सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु, मा कश्चित् दुःखमाप्नुयात्। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात्। ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः। ॐ तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। I would like you to follow after me. These will be peace prayers, which is printed in your pamphlet, what you have in your hand. O Lord, may thy hand lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to light, from death to immortality. May all be happy. May all be peaceful. May all be enlightened and cultured. May all attain perfection. May peace be established in the three bodies of man. May peace be established in the three worlds. May peace be established everywhere. May truth be our religion. May service be our worship. May knowledge be our breath. May world be our family. May yoga be our way. May our eyes see happy and noble things. May our ears hear happy and truthful words. May our tongues be sweet and truthful. May our bodies be divine instruments. May noble thoughts come to me from all corners of the universe. May we never leave God. May God never leave us. Om peace and love. Om peace and health. Om peace and enlightenment. Please join with me in chanting of Om. good evening to each and everyone. I wish I had many hundreds of hands so that I can shake hands with each and everyone at the same time, but I do not have. We are here in this world. What for? My simple theory or philosophy is that we are here to serve God, or we are here to make the world a better place to live, or we are here to bring heaven to our doors. I feel like that, and that inspires me because we are all here together. What for? We are here to love each other, to care for each other, to share our joys and responsibilities. We are here to share all the problems. Many times I always say that problems are not problems. What are they? They are good teachers. They come to teach us something. They come to teach us to discover something, to learn patience, to give us some job to do. People are worried about peace. And sometimes I feel that I'm not at all worried. When the time comes to die, I will die. When the time comes for doing something, we should do. We should be alert. We should be active. We should be agile. We should be awake, not sleeping. When I was introduced to America first time in 1967, 31st March, I came here by ship because America was like a holy temple. I felt I must touch the shores of America, then I will go back. And I was very sick, I was dying, but I felt I should not go back even to die without touching the shore of America. Because America has led the world, and America has great responsibility. America has brought happiness to all the countries of the world by discovering electricity, telephone, or making aeroplanes, or making big industry, or America is leading the world. It is showing the way. But who are Americans? They all have come from Europe. They are all immigrants here. We are all here, or we are all brought here for some definite purpose. What is God's purpose? Why did you come here? Because you wanted opportunity, land of freedom. You established a land of freedom which attracts all people of the world. And we are here to share, to care, and to create. The world is beautiful to me, though there are some problems, natural calamities, there are many other problems. Those which are natural, we have no control. We cannot do anything except safeguard our interests. But many problems are created by man himself. If man has created the problems, then man has to solve it. To me, it is very simple because if I have locked my door, then I must open my door with the same key I locked it. Now you have automatic doors, but usually there used to be locks that you lock the room, or then same key will open the door also. And I'm very glad that all people here assembled today here are the keys of the door of the house of peace. Everybody is very important. We have very important people from United Nations. Dr. Robert Mueller is coming. I think our dream of peace is coming to our door. It is coming. Because you think beautiful, the world will turn beautiful. This I know by my own practices. This is a psychic thing. This is known as yoga, that what we think we will become. As you sow, so shall you reap. This is very simple, that we have sown the seeds and we are reaping the consequences. Therefore, today it is our great responsibility to sow some happy seeds, which will be harvested not by me, but by the younger generation. As our ancestors or people sowed the seeds and grew trees, we get fruits in the market, plenty of fruits and food. Similarly, it is our responsibility to sow some seeds, new seeds, replace them, so that our younger generation or coming generation or future will harvest it. We should not be very narrow-minded. We should not have very limited vision that what we are doing today, it should be only for us. No, we have to work for our younger generation. Parents earn to promote their own family, younger generation. Then future belongs to younger generation. Let us act and do those things which will bring happy results to our coming generation. I don't want to say many things because there are many good speakers. Please have a seat. Yeah. No, please. I'm sorry, I kept him waiting.
It was worthwhile.
It seems that peace is waiting at our door. And it has just entered in. I welcome all of you, and we are going to discuss many important things. We have Father Bishop Joseph also here. We have great leaders here. We have great citizens here. We have great souls here. And may this conference sow the seeds of happiness and peace in each and every heart. And may this seed grow, because you have to carry these seeds with you and plant it some other place, or wherever you go, you have to plant these seeds of peace. Thank you very much. God bless you.
And he comes from a long line of wonderful kahuna teachers from the beautiful island of Maui. And that alone must be grace of God to be born in Maui. And so please help me to welcome Norman Halimuna.
Mahalo. Thank you. My heart is beating so fast after all that singing. How about yours? Isn't it wonderful? The kahunas, the teachers of the spiritual path of Hawaii, are very clear that everything begins on the inner before it is manifest on the outer. The inner being spiritual, the outer being physical. Much was created in song a moment ago on the inner that will manifest itself throughout the weekend. At this time, I would like to share something with you in a form of sort of a blessing. I'll translate it for you as I go along so that you can better appreciate it. E ulu, kini o ke aloha a wahana o malama, a alena, a kalakaulana. Gather, O gather ye hosts of the light brotherhood of angels in the resting places of the sun. O kavilona akala, ika ulu, kamakani. The setting sun is a time of the rising wind. Pamai, pamai makani mama, kavalona, kaikaina, low light winds, and bring those brothers to us. Kaikaina o hikina, kaikaina o hema, kaikaina o komahana, kaikaina o akau. Brothers of the east, the south, the west, and the north. Kaikaina, lele uli mea ai o na au o komahana, o kaulana, o kamane o i'o, o ke aloha. Brothers, dispel the darkness with us and for us with the bright contrasting colors of knowledge, of harmony, and of love. Let us pray now. E koa ko makua. O Father, we are gathered here with intention to bring unity to this planet. Bestow upon us the divine spirit of harmony and love, that we may keep our commitment. Take our hearts, our minds, our hands, and make them one. Let the rain of blessings fall upon us. Amen.
Many wonderful people with us tonight, and I would just like to mention their names and have them stand before we introduce our keynote speaker for tonight, Dr. Robert Mueller. The Right Reverend Joseph Tisch is the rector of St. Pierre Liberal Catholic Church here in Melbourne. He's the ancillary bishop of the Liberal Catholic Church, province of the United States. This church is a metaphysical and theosophical church in the Catholic mystical Christian tradition. Could you please stand, Bishop Tisch? Ramadan was born in the Holy Land, Palestine, in 1933, moved to Egypt in 1951, where he worked for 26 years as a reporter, translator, and broadcaster. He works with the United Nations in New York and has worked there since 1987. He's a poet, short story writer, lecturer on mysticism and Reformation versus Revolution. His latest book, entitled The Middle East and the Future of Man, was published in 1988. He is married, and now he is a U.S. citizen. Please stand. Is an Episcopal monk and a beautiful friend, and he has been working in teaching ecumenism and philosophy, spirituality, and the traditions of mystical Christianity for many, many years. It truly is a world religions conference. I also have a special woman here today that I did my first 24-hour prayer vigil with ever in my whole life. And she is a wonderful soul who teaches Native American traditions, and her name is Shabri Redbird Woman. Please stand up. Dr. Robert Mueller is in and of itself a great privilege for me. I have been a fan of Dr. I'm saying it wrong, aren't I? Mueller. Is it Mueller? I've been practicing all weekend. I learned it wrong, and I'm still saying it wrong. Dr. Mueller. At any rate, it's quite a blessing for me to introduce Dr. Mueller. Wherever the word peace or any kind of peace initiative, any kind of movement to gather people together in the inspiration of what one person can do, to me the name of Dr. Robert Mueller does come to mind. When I was thinking about introducing him, I was thinking about that song that John Denver wrote for Buckminster Fuller, that song, What One Man Can Do. And some of the words of that song are, what one man can do is dream. What one man can do is love. What one man can do is change the world again and get us back going into a new world today. And for me, I want to tell you a little bit specifically about what Dr. Mueller has done. He's a citizen of France from the region of Alsace-Lorraine. His life has been grounded in the sufferings of his region and his own experiences during World War II and the French underground. After the war, he decided to devote his life to a career in peace and to transcend national divisions by a deeply humanistic philosophy similar to that of Albert Schweitzer and Robert Schuman. After completing a doctorate of law and economics at the University of Strasbourg, he entered the UN in 1948 with an essay on world government and has risen through the ranks to the position of Assistant Secretary General. He dedicated 38 years of his life to silent, behind-the-scenes work at the United Nations, and he is truly one of the great peacemakers of our time. He's an outstanding, and I believe unique, international civil servant whose faith, long career, quantity, intensity, variety, and quality of work, simplicity, integrity, deep humanity and love for the people of this planet merit being given recognition and widely publicized by every possible means. So it is truly a blessing to be able to sponsor a program with Dr. Robert Mueller, who is a modern-day Mahatma, great soul. So please stand and welcome Dr. Robert.
Thank you very much. I just don't know what to say after this beautiful introduction. Well, you have put quite a sizable subject before me, namely planetary management and the vision for a happy world. When I received your telephone call with this title, I said, "Oh, marvelous! That's a very, very easy subject. It's a beautiful subject," so I agreed to it immediately. But then later on, when I looked into it, I said, "My God, planet management, a happy vision of a happy world. That is really quite an agenda." But nevertheless, I have to respond to the challenge. You think that I'm a great peacemaker. In reality, I'm a very lazy person. And usually I respond also when I'm being given challenges like the present one. So all the speeches I'm asked to do, they are getting me out of my laziness to try to think a little bit about the human condition and to see where we are. My only advantage or privilege or what I can give is the fact that for 40 years I've been living in the United Nations. And I still continue almost every day now as a volunteer. For me, the United Nations has been my home. And this is really where I was transformed into humanity and into the planet. And I've seen the evolution of the last 40 years and new challenges coming up, and seen how humanity is finding progressively its way with many difficulties, with many ups and downs. But it is a very, very fascinating story. So I will try to answer your question under the two headings: planet management, and then a vision for a happy world. Now, planet management. What are my main recollections of how the world is going into the direction of a planetary management? The first step, I remember, was in 1948 when I joined the United Nations, and where we had no data about this planet. If you want to manage anything, you need at least to know the facts. And in 1945-48, when the United Nations was created, we had no data, we had no information. To me, it came as a shock that we didn't know what the world population was at that time. It came as a shock that for a country like Iran, on which I was supposed to write once a paper, nobody could tell me what the population of Iran was. It's somewhere between 12 and 15 million people. We were supposed to write the World Economic Survey, and the only information we had was about the Western countries and their colonies. For the rest, there was nothing. So that the first step towards what one can call today planetary management was, number one, to know our planet and to know humanity. And it took a number of years to collect this information. It took us until 1951 to get the first estimate of the world population ever in history, which was at that time 2.5 billion people. Today we're 5 billion. That was 51. I'll never forget this. Today, students who are in universities or governments, they have now information on practically everything under the sun. because governments came to the United Nations, and the first request was, in the Economic and Social Council, of which I was secretary for many years, you give us a world picture in the field of health via the World Health Organization, in the field of agriculture and nutrition through the Food and Agricultural Organization, in the field of population, in the field of women, children, everything. And we had to start censuses, send statistical questionnaires to governments, so that today, in 1989, we have information about this planet. From the infinitely large to the infinitely small, about the whole human population. We know how many women there are, how many children there are, where they live. We know the nutrition of the people. We know their levels of health. We know how many blind there are in the world. We know so much. If today on this table I could put together all the statistical yearbooks, and now of course we have computer systems, but if I could put here all the statistical yearbooks of what we know about our planetary home and humanity itself, you would have the whole table filled with books. You want to find out how many sewing machines are being produced in the world and exported? You're going to find it. Everything has been inventorized. And this, in my opinion, was the first great step which permitted us to begin to think that we might be able to manage this planet. But if you have no information, if you do not know how your home, how are you going to manage your home? Today we know our home and we know the family that inhabits it. That was the first stage. The second stage was in the 1970s. Suddenly the world was confronted with one global crisis after the other. Humanity went very, very fast, and suddenly we had a population explosion, we had an environmental crisis, we had an energy crisis, we had an agricultural crisis. Government thought that there were agricultural surpluses, and it was enough to have 2 or 3 droughts in the world to have a food deficiency in the world. Everywhere, suddenly, we were confronted by new problems which the world had never known before. And we had to respond to it. So we had to have a Stockholm conference on the environment to have an idea of what was going on this planet. I remember this so well. You will never imagine that until 1968, there were only 2 stations on this planet where they took air quality measurements, and they were not in the United States. They were in Sao Paulo and in Rio de Janeiro, because the head of the World Health Organization once, who was a Brazilian, visited his country, and he said to his minister's colleague, what's going on? The air is horrible here in those cities. Why don't you start an air quality measurement? Today, everybody is measuring the air quality all around the world. All this was built up from scratch, that we had to respond to these global problems. We knew nothing about the environment. The people today begin to learn about the ozonosphere. The first World Conference on the Ozonosphere by United Nations was in 1979. That's 20 years ago. But nobody listened. The world energy crisis we predicted in 1957. Nobody listened. All these global problems appeared in the United Nations and gave us the premonition and the warning that we had to begin to manage this planet, and one part of the management at that time was to give the proper warnings, to tell the world population, you are growing too fast. I remember in 1970, during the 25th anniversary of the UN, of which I was in charge, the world population was estimated to be 7.3 billion in the year 2000. Now you can imagine, from 2.5 billion in 1951 to 7.3 billion in the year 2000. So we gave a warning, you have to take it easy. You have to have less children. And people began to listen. Governments created ministries of population, And today, the estimate for the year 2000 is down to 6.1 billion. The environment is still deteriorating, but it is deteriorating at a slower rate. So that this was a fantastic page in the history of the world, of governments, and of the United Nations, when we saw this big global crisis of which there has never been a precedent in the entire human history, and where through warnings, governments began to react. They began to have a new energy policy. They had to have a new water policy. I remember a meeting we had in 1970 with my colleagues from all United Nations system to find out what the water consumption on this planet would be in the year 2000. And we discovered in 1970 that the world would consume 4 times more water than in 1970. As a result, we had a World Water Conference to tell the governments to be careful that water is going to create the same problems as energy. So they created water ministries, and they began to manage water in a better way than before. This was the second phase of the beginning of a world management. Now, as we proceeded towards about a couple of years ago, I began to see in the United Nations that now that we had the statistics, we had the data, we knew our planetary home, we knew the human family, we knew the projections into the year 2000, even up to 2025 in every field. Every specialized agency of the UN, there are 32 of them, can give you a projection in food and health and everything you can imagine until the year 2000 and far beyond. So I felt at that time that we had entered a new phase, more sophisticated, of planetary management, in which now the new role in the world would be to find more harmonious and balanced relationships between the human population and the planet itself, between the innumerable groups of the human species itself, between the present society and what we inherited from the past, a balance and equilibrium with the future, so that we would give our children and grandchildren a better managed planet, that we would need to find the harmony of the individual in the totality as a responsible unit of the total fate of the planet, and finally that we would also have to look at our harmony with the heavens. And this is where ecumenism and the religions were playing a great role. That is what I was thinking about 2 years ago, and the whole United Nations system was working in this direction. But then again, things never remain the same, and evolution sometimes goes faster than we think. So that in the last 2 years, and especially last year, something entirely new happened, in which we live today. It is the fact that in all this approach to how to handle our relations with the planet, we have been too slow. And suddenly the planet is waking up, and it is the planet with it taking the priority and no longer humanity. What is happening is that we are almost busting up the planet hour after hour, without having ever understood the incredible influences which we have on our planetary home. So that in the last year, governments have come to the realization that the planet and the survival of the planet has become priority number 1. And I could give you figures of what we do every minute to this planet. Every minute, for example, we destroy 21 hectares of tropical forests. Every minute we consume 35,000 tons of petroleum. Every minute we have 50 tons of topsoil that disappear underwater or the winds. Every minute we put 12 100,000 tons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. Every hour, we transform 685 hectares every hour into a desert. Every hour, 55 persons are poisoned by pesticides. Every hour, 60 cases of cancer are due to the degradation of the atmosphere. Every 5 hours, a living species is disappearing from this planet, the rhythm increasing to about 20 minutes in the year 2000. Every day, 25,000 persons die from lack of water or contamination. Every day, 10 tons of radioactive waste are produced by 360 nuclear plants. Every day, 250,000 tons of sulfuric acid are falling on the northern hemisphere in the form of acid rain. I just give you a few figures, but I could go on and on. And what is happening is that as we are sitting here, you have those businessmen in their skyscrapers, you have the military, you have the scientists in their research laboratories who do what? They continue to create chemicals, they put new things into circulation, and every hour the condition of this planet is getting worse. And this has come to the point that last year in the General Assembly of the United Nations we saw a turning point, a real revolution, where for the first time the environmental problems of this planet have become more important than political problems, more important than economic and humanitarian problems. And this is the only explanation why suddenly we have an outbreak of peace. Why do you think that the Russians left Afghanistan? Why do you think that Iraq and Iran has now a standstill? Why do you think that the Vietnamese are going to leave Cambodia? That Western Sahara was settled? That Namibia, which I have followed for the last 40 years, is suddenly being settled? For a very simple reason. It is because the great powers, including the Soviet Union, have understood that these are antiquated, obsolete problems which are retaining their daily attention while behind their back the planet is going to pieces. The Russian scientists have come to the conclusion that within 16 years this planet will be uninhabitable. Ted Turner checked these figures with Lester Brown of the World Watch Institute. He believes that we have for 17 years. We have checked it with quite a number of scientists around the world, and the best estimate is that we have about 50 years left. So that suddenly what is happening now, and it's very important, it is that peace has almost become an absolute must. Because the enemy is not the Soviet Union or the United States, the enemy is us. It's the human species itself. I remember Utan, the Secretary General, always saying to me, Robert, if only there was a threat of an invasion from outer space, because then the Americans and Russians would get together right away. Well, the threat is not coming from outer space, it's coming from our own planet. So that here we have now a new, very recent concept last year that we have to get into a planetary management, the first objective of which will be to save the Earth. The Earth is crying. So that in the General Assembly, the Russians even came to the point of asking the creation of a World Security Council in the field of the environment. So when there is a Chernobyl, when there is an oil slick or something of this sort, this will be considered as important as a conflict breaking out in a country. And they're absolutely right. And we have also decided in the last General Assembly to have a new World Conference on the Environment in 1992, which is 20 years after the Stockholm meeting, in order to see where the world stands after those 20 years. So this is where we stand at the present moment. And this is the explanation for the fact that Soviet Union and the United States are getting more closely together, because they know that this is the major threat. And it's not only the environment, but it is only the effects on the human beings themselves. There is another great world scare that is taking place at the present moment. It is the fact that the immune system of the human body is not able to keep pace with the tremendous changes in the environment. There was a French professor who 20 years ago predicted that we would see people die like flies in the street because the immune system will not be able to follow what is happening. And this is what AIDS is in the minds of many biologists. This is the first breakdown of the human body that has its own systems of reacting to microbial invasions, and for the first time it is breaking down. So that I can tell you that governments are scared stiff about what's happening on, and this is what is bringing them very much together. So that out of every evil, as you said a moment ago, out of every problem, out of every obstacle, there is something good that is coming out, and the peace which we see develop in this world is the outcome of these new scares. So this is where we are at the present moment of planetary management. And I want to tell you more, because I'm a little bit like a diagnostician of the world situation. I live this day and night. I have the impression that there is going to be a next step which will come to the fore very rapidly. It will be the realization that not only do we have to take care of this planet, but it is the fact that we are not distinct from this planet. In other words, that we are part of the Earth's processes themselves. You have all heard about the Gaia hypothesis, that this is a living cell of which humans are part. And I think this is getting increasingly recognized. All of us, as you are sitting here, and myself, we're 70% water, and the rest is minerals, and we live as a result of cosmic energy in the form of solar energy, which we eat in the form of flesh and plants and so on. And part of a kind of a world soul which embodies itself and gives life to this earth. We are, as the American Indians say, we are children of the earth. And the earth is part of the cosmos. As a result, we are children of the cosmos, and as all the religions have said, we are children of God. We are children of this mysterious creation all around us. So that this means that suddenly we realize that this planet was not created for us, as we have thought until recently. The whole human history is to treat this planet as having been created for us. And suddenly we discover that it is the contrary, that we have been created by the planet for the planet. In other words, that we have become the conscious nerve system of the planet, that among all the living species which have been created on this miraculous planet, one of them, the human species, was able to extend its senses and its brain in such a way that for all practical purposes now, we are planet alive in charge of managing the planet. But this we never knew. From the moment we will understand that we are a normal evolutionary process of the planet, a cosmic process in which we are becoming responsible for the future of the planet, and where we must determine what the planet and what the cosmos has in mind for us, then everything is going to change in the future. And this we are beginning to live. And this is going to be a most fascinating story. Because just think yourself a little bit about the universe. This planet is a very tiny planet in the universe. Few hundred thousand kilometers in outer space, you don't even see it anymore. And yet it is one of the very seldom and perhaps unique planets in the universe which is at the right distance from the sun, from a sun, which has an atmosphere, which has waters, and on which life was created in thousands of forms. We have not found any life on any other planet. In United Nations, each year we have a report on radio emissions from the universe, and we have never received one single message from the universe that there might be life elsewhere. Now you can imagine what that means. That this complicated universe, with its incredible life forms on this particular planet, has succeeded to do something absolutely unique, creating on this planet life forms of an immense variety, and one of them, namely the human species, that has a brain and senses of which it becomes the manager of the planet itself. Now you can imagine what kind of cosmic responsibility that represents. And of course, the first conclusion of all this is that we are criminals to let any species disappear from this planet. These species are disappearing without us having ever studied their sensory perception. We have a daughter who is an ocean biologist. When she begins to tell you about the sensory organs of ocean creatures, you cannot believe your ears. And this is barely studied. And we let these cosmic results around us disappear without even thinking about it. If we had found one species on the moon, we would spend billions of dollars to preserve it. But because it is just down here, we just let them disappear without paying attention. So it is quite possible that in this concept of planetary management, we will soon go into a new phase in which governments and all people will suddenly discover that we have a cosmic responsibility for the success of the experiments which were possible on this particular planet and on no other planet in the universe. Now this gives us a fascinating future and an incredible responsibility. Now what will happen next? We have something good that is happening. It is the fact that we are moving towards the year 2000. And the year 2000 is a kind of guidepost which suddenly makes governments reflect. What is the third millennium going to be? Mr. Gorbachev speaks only about the third millennium. President Bush in Denver, Colorado recently said that he wants to be the president that will prepare the third millennium. I have files and files in my office of people who are taking initiatives for the third millennium. Pope John Paul II had his first encyclical about the third millennium. In other words, for the first time in the entire human history, the human species will be able to prepare its entry into a new millennium. So that we're going to see a very fascinating period between now and the year 2000, with mushrooming activities. In the last week alone, I got 3 or 4 new projects for the year 2000. Jose Arguelles started an Earth Celebration 2000 in Los Angeles. Channel 13 in New York is going to have 5 major programs between 1995 and the year 2000 to look what the future is going to be. And I hope that the next General Assembly of the United Nations will listen to me and organize systematically the worldwide thinking of all nations, of all professions, of all religions, of everyone concerned, into the new millennium which is expecting us. So that we will enter now an era of planetary management which has not received a political form. Because from a political point of view, the planet is a chaos. The United Nations has no power. It can give warnings, it can make recommendations, but United Nations is a little bit as if you would take, as a hypothesis, let's say that you take United States, 50 states, And each state would have a president, it would have an army, it would have a flag, it would have a national hymn, it would have a taxing system, it would have a Supreme Court, it would have a parliament, and so on, each of the 50. And two of the biggest one, namely New York State and California, they would have atomic arms. And they would watch each other like hell, seeing who is going to win, who's going to be the most powerful. And then all you would have for the management of the United States would be a thing called United States in Washington, which has no sovereignty, has no taxing power, has no court, has no nothing, no power. So everything will depend on the behavior of those 50 states. Now, if I would ask you, what would the United States be if you had that system, your answer would be chaos. Well, that's exactly what you have for the world. You have 159 states that have their presidents, their Supreme Court, their armies, their taxing power. They're all sovereign. Nobody can give them an order. And then what they have at the top is a United Nations that can bring them together and plead with them, look, boys, why don't you behave nicely? Why don't you make peace? Why don't you do that? That's exactly what we have. And this is why also, as we move towards the year 2000, there's now a lot of talk and interest on finding a new political system for the planet. You have a book by Ken Kais, the man who wrote the book on the 100th monkey, which really puts the finger on the necessity of a new political system for this planet. We have in Europe now the success of the European Common Market and new community, which in 1992 is for the first time going to create a political, united Europe. And I'm sure that by the year 2000, they're going to drop the objective Europe and are going to offer themselves as a world community. You have the United States, which has a trade agreement with Canada, which is the beginning of a community with Canada. And we're going to see quite a number of political changes. There's a tremendous revival of interest in the United Nations. And it is quite possible that in the last 10 years of this century, there's going to be a lot of discussion for a better political system for the planet. Because I can tell you very frankly, if you had an outer space team that would come down on this planet and would see how we behave and how we manage politically this planet, they would all say, my dear friends, you must be kidding. This is definitely not the way of managing a planet. So that we have no proper planetary management, and yet you have to work with what you have. And this is why in the United Nations we try to do our best, and we have been able to help enormously despite the fact that you have no power of implementation whatsoever. So this is where we stand in terms of planetary management. I think that soon we will speak of cosmic management, of managing this planet in the cosmos in a different way from which we have done it so far. This is a very long history of wars, of marriages, of unilateral divisions, of Latin America ordered by the Pope and things of this sort. So that, but we are entering a new period which is going to be very fascinating and I think hopeful. Now the second subject, namely the happiness of the earth. That's not less difficult than the first one. I've always been fascinated personally by the concept of happiness. And I remember my wife being mad at me when after 30 years in the United Nations, I produced the first book, which was called Recipes for Happiness, or most of all, They Taught Me Happiness. And she said, you must be kidding. You've been in the UN for 30 years and all you can produce is a book on happiness. So I said, well, I'm sorry, but I think happiness is absolutely fundamental. Happiness requires peace. And United Nations is a very important instrument of peace. So I'm not interested in United Nations as such, but I'm interested in United Nations as an instrument for peace. And as a result of peace, I can fulfill my life without being killed, without being maimed, and in full happiness. So I thought for quite a number of years that happiness was really the objective of government. As a matter of fact, there was a philosopher called Bentham who declared that the objective of all government was the happiness of the people. Physical, moral, and then the ultimate one was religious, namely you will find also happiness after death. It was a very interesting theory, but then some others came and transformed it into a theory of utility. So it became utilitarianism. I held this view for quite a number of years until later on I came to the conclusion that happiness was something different. That happiness was the recompense, the payment of the universe or God or of some mysterious forces that regulate our lives for the fact of doing the right thing. In other words, if you have a life that is pure, that is totally honest, that is non-egotistical, that is a life of service, if even you love and you have a child, you procreate, happiness is the payment for the procreation, for the giving birth of a new cosmic unit. I came to the conclusion that happiness was a gift by the universe for leading the right life which was expected from you by the universe. And this was my thought until recently, when I came even to a deeper concept, which was that happiness in the end is the feeling which you derive when you are in total union, communion, peace and harmony with the universe and eternity. In other words, it's not even the fact of rendering a service, of trying to do something, but it was the very peaceful integration of the individual into the eternal streams of the universe. In other words, why do I render service? It's not because I want to, but from the moment I become a spiritual person and I see myself as part of the universe and eternity, if I have a direct connection through my peace with the total universe, to render service is automatically what I do without any effort. This is the normal thing to do. So that my conclusion today is that I'm happy all the time. Because all the time I'm a cross-section of the universe and eternity. I'm not worried about any details of life. I'm not interested about who is going to win a baseball game or a golf match. This has nothing to do with the universe. I'm in total peace with the incredible forces that reign in the universe. And since I am in this peace, what I do every day comes normally. I don't even have to think about it. I've come to the point where I believe that thinking is wrong. Thinking is volition. I just let things come. And I'm totally open to the messages which I receive day and night by the universe, because I'm in total harmony with the universe. And once you do this, you are constantly happy. And I'm sure that you will only also find happiness when, as a cell of the universe, after a number of years, you re-disappear into the folds of the universe. This is what I have learned in all these years of working for humanity in the United Nations. And today, coming down here, I had a marvelous surprise, and I want to share it with you, because I got the proofs of a book of someone I know He's called Orest Beidrich. He's a man who, at the age of 27, did the computer program. At 27, he did the computer program for the moon landing. He's a mathematician, a man who spends weeks fasting before he comes out with his mathematical formula. And he sent me a book which is called You, in which in the first part he goes through all the pronouncement of the religions and the sages throughout history, trying to find out what life is all about, what I am, what you are, and then showing how the physicists, the mathematicians, the biologists, all the scientists of the present time are confirming the fact that we're all part of the oneness of the universe. The book is incredible. I recommend that you should all read it. He tells us here in this book, which I didn't know, and which came as a revelation to me, and which is apparently a confirmation of what the Hindus have said for such a long time, that behind the real world there is what is called an invariant plenum. There is a plenitude, a totality that is invariant, which is immobile, and which is silent. And that reality is created out of this stock of immobility and silence. And when reality is creating a black hole, is in this reality. And that the ultimate union of a human being is to feel part of this immanent, immobile permanency of the universe. So that if we pay too much attention to what is happening around ourselves, all the vibrations, all these ejections of the silence of the universe, you are on a wrong path. You can observe humanity, you can be in the middle of it, but all the time you have to be part and hooked into this immobile, permanent reality of the university from which you get the cosmic forces that make you work. It is an incredible finding of the scientists of today, which confirms what Jesus said, what the Buddha said, what all the great religions said. That here now you have physicists like Bohm and others who come out exactly with the same theories. So I would really recommend that you read this book. It is published by Amity House in Warwick, New York. I will put tomorrow a little poster with the address. It is really, this book for me is a tremendous revelation from a mathematician, because I thought that I had perceived this a little bit intuitively, like the mystics have always done it, but here come the scientists who give us the proof that the mystics and the great religious leaders have always been right. Now, if this becomes a scientifically proved reality for this world, then everything is going to change. And this is why I would like to finish by saying that what we have to do is through education, through the right education of the little ones, of the new cosmic units that are being born on this planet, who are going to be cells not only of humanity, but living cells of the planet and living cells of the cosmos and of the universe. We have to give them the right education. And I think we give them now the wrong education. We have to teach them their planetary home, which is this beautiful planet in the universe. We have to teach them the human family into which they are born. We have to teach them their incredible place, absolutely unique in all eternity for every human being, and the responsibility they have in the totality, and the results that will derive from their behavior during the short years that they are going to live. And today, as one of the successes of humanity, in the Western world, we live up to 73 years, and even in the developing countries now up to 63 years. A child born in a poor country has 3 times more chances to still live at the age of 5 than they had before. So humanity has made incredible progresses. Just think for a moment, how the human species has been able to extend the capacity of its eyes. In the caves we could see a few hundred meters. Today with telescopes and missiles which we send into the universe, we can see the infinitely large in atomic bubble chambers and picoscopes and atomic microscopes. If you have ever seen one, we can look into the infinitely small. We have extended the capacity of our eyes millions of times. We have extended the capacity of our arms with machines and with factories millions of times. We have extended our capacities of our legs with airplanes, with satellites, with trains, with cars, and with boats. We have extended the capacity of our hearing, that you pick up a telephone and you can call New Delhi. We have extended the capacity of our memory and brains through incredible computers now. So we have become a completely new species. We are the species on this planet that has extended its consciousness into the universe. This is an incredible, beautiful story. But we have to draw the conclusions from them and not be proud that we were able to do this and that we are the masters of the planet. No, not at all. This is a cosmic phenomenon that on one planet, a human species was developed by the planet that was able to take the consciousness of the universe, and that we have a cosmic role to fulfill on this planet, and that automatically we have to get rid of all the nonsense, that we have to get rid of our wars, that we have to get rid of all those arms which have nothing to do on this planet, for which there is no justification whatsoever, and of ideologies like capitalism and communism, which were good in the 19th century, which have nothing to do anymore with this planet. Today it is planetism, it is humanism, it is concerned with humanity and with this planet which are the ideologies, and not communism and capitalism. Who cares about being all equal? Who cares about having rich capitals? Nobody is going to take them to the universe and to heaven. This is all wrong. So there is so much to do, and yet in all this, humanity progresses, and every year you can see new perceptions, new advances in the understanding of what is going on. And I can only say that I'm so happy that for 40 years I could see these changes in the United Nations. And that today, at the end of my own journey in this world organization, I am more confident and more hopeful for the success of the human species than I was when I entered the United Nations. When I was almost sure that we would have another world war within 20 years. I come from a region where we had 3 wars during my grandfather's time. The poor guy had 5 nationalities without leaving his village. French came, German came. My father was when I was a kid, I saw my father once as in a German uniform, then in a French uniform. The only difference is that in a French uniform he was smiling, in a German uniform he was looking absolutely fierce. And then my family, the same thing happened. Half of my family was in German uniforms. I was in the French underground in the mountains. We could have killed each other. And I was sure that within 20 years the world would be a disaster. If France and Germany couldn't get along, how could I expect the black and the white, the rich and the poor, the communists and the capitalists, the Chinese and all these to get along? And yet we haven't had a world war. So that humanity is making it. But like children burning its fingers, learning the hard way, making many mistakes, but each mistake we make, we are learning more. So that we are all involved in a fantastic process, and you are part of it. It's no longer the United Nations on the one side and governments on the one side and the people on the other. The people are involved in this. In your local localities, you are the nervous system of the planet on the spot. We need a new democracy, where the people will be able to give their feelings in a different way than we're doing today. We can speak about this in the next couple of days. I will be at your disposal to answer any questions, to continue these discussions. But I would like to say that we can be very hopeful, and we should all be very grateful for having been admitted to the privilege and the magnificence of being alive, and to have the consciousness which we have today of the incredible universe and the beautiful planet on which we live. I thank you very much.
Please welcome Mohammed Ramadan.
Good morning. I hope I am not the only Muslim in this global congregation. Do I see any other Muslim here in the audience?
Yeah, I am.
I am honored. Dr. Mishra, thank you.
My Muslim name is Mahmouda.
Thank you. Things will change. We have in the Quran a quotation, a verse that says, أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم. I'm getting older. أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم. Which means, O people, we have created you different peoples and tribes so that you understand each other better. The closest to me is the most pious. Let's get down to the question of global peace. The problem with some UN people is that they cannot start their real careers until they retire first. Because we, the international civil servants, like me and Dr. Muller, cannot go public as long as we serve the United Nations. Maybe as Dr. Muller said about himself yesterday, we needed that period for transformation and awakening. Luckily, I'm not going to wait 38 years like him. Anyway, what could a UN-educated guy and Muslim say about universal peace? During the last 15 years or so, the United Nations have adopted several resolutions calling for a new world economic order, a new social order, a new humanitarian order, a new ethical order, and even a new informational order. But strange enough, because of its universal nature, the UN could not tackle the need for a new international religious order. And none of its hundreds of world conferences and meetings have dealt so far, to the best of my knowledge, with religion as such. Thus, one of the most important aspects of human activity has been understandably ignored. In a world conference held last year in Kalamazoo, Michigan, Dr. Muller saw the need for 17 more conferences like this. He suggested that one of them could and should discuss the common grounds among world religions. Now that we are seriously waiting for the Messiah, the question is, why should we expect the Messiah or the Avatar or the Mahdi, as we Muslims call him, to come unless we expect a radical change in our relationship to God? Or in other words, a new international spiritual order, or rather, a new spiritual consciousness that finally brings universal peace. Because we are going through a completely different cycle of human history. And the present unprecedented upheavals in all fields of human activities, including religion, are already ushering such new cycle. What do we need to enhance this consciousness and establish the new bridge between us and God, between the physical and the spiritual, between the material and the religious? We need first a study in the dynamics of non-belief. To blame religious excesses is simplistic. We usually do not hate the sender of a letter or the letter itself just because we hate the mailman or the postman. So why should some people have no faith in God, the sender, and in his message, the scriptures, just because they lost faith in the messenger, that is, the church or the mosque or the synagogue, whatever? Hate of God and religion is too complicated. A good example here is the Holocaust. Simon Wiesenthal, a survivor of the concentration camps in Nazi Germany, mentioned that he saw many people, many religious people going atheist, and many atheists became religious. So what is the dynamic here? What makes the difference, the change? Despite all these things made by man himself and not by God, we blame God even for the mistakes of man, knowing that we have free choice. And we always forget how many were killed in religious wars and how many were killed in non-religious wars. In this glorious age of intellect and secular humanism, more people have been killed just this century than in the rest of human history. So far, about 100 million have been killed since the beginning of this glorious century. Hitler killed about 45 million in the Second World War, and Stalin many dozens of millions silently in the Soviet Union, etc. We also need another study in the dynamics of creating alternative gods. Since we cannot simply kill the God, or rather God inside us, Carl Jung believed that his long-time and mentor and friend Sigmund Freud, himself a self-declared atheist, urged him once to go to church to protect himself from magic. On the other hand, Freud acted, according to Jung, as the infallible God in his kingdom, the libido, or the vital force, or the creative force. Nobel laureate Elie Wiesel also made a god of memory and the worship of the past. Salman Rushdie, author of Satanic Verses, made a god of civil rights versus human obligations, and so on and so forth. Another thing that should be done, the UN should hold interfaith conferences for the new awakening which was not there when the UN was established in 1945. And I was talking to Dr. Muller about this morning. Also, the religious community should also reconsider its attitudes to some vital issues like possible outer space concept of deity, the principle of reincarnation, which was deleted from some scriptures, because the concept of reincarnation is very important in explaining so many things like human rights, the problem of evil, and even the status of women. The principle of reincarnation, which was deleted from some scriptures, and the abandoned practice of prostration, to give you an example. To use the word of physicist Stanton Friedman, the denial of extraterrestrial intelligence is becoming, quote, a cosmic Watergate, unquote. The same applies to disregarding reincarnation, which is no longer a theory, but a clinical fact. As regards prostration, or kneeling down with the face touching the ground as the ultimate expression of humility, such posture was practiced by almost all religions and prophets, from Buddha to Abraham to Jesus and Muhammad. Until now, there are some ancient Jewish and Christian sects that still practice prostration, like the Karaites and the Falashas, the Ethiopian Jews, and also the Samaritans in occupied Palestine. They still prostrate and kneel exactly. Also the Jacobites in the rugged mountains between Syria and Turkey and Iran, they are still. The same thing applies to the ancient Coptic church in Ethiopia. They still prostrate and kneel when they pray, and you can see them when you go and visit the roof of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. Prostration, as I mentioned, is very important in taming the ego, because most of our troubles come from the ego. After all, aren't we here to reunite with God and redeem our parents Adam and Eve? What kind of a new world religious consciousness are we going to have shortly? How many religions are we going to have? How, when, and how often are we going to pray? In a new temple, a new world temple, as Daniel predicted, directly with God, and what form of government are we going to have? And what about the second coming? Is he coming in physical form or just an energy form? Is he going to be one Messiah or a combination of all the masters and the avatars? Are they going to stay with us for a long time or leave us once we establish a utopia where all men will be prophets, to quote Rabbi Abraham Heskel? We should not bother ourselves with all those questions, because they will be answered in due time. However, some certain things seem very possible, and we should prepare ourselves to accept them from now. 1. The present upheavals are ushering a new society and a new bridge between the physical and the material. Between the physical and the spiritual. 2. The government of this society will be completely a new form of democracy, avoiding the mistakes of the past 2 cycles, that is, separating the church and the clergy from the people during the Middle Ages, and separating religion from the state in modern times. 3. Future religions will exchange knowledge widely. They will learn elements of reincarnation, meditation, and vegetarianism from Hinduism, the element of the unity of soul and mind, and the unity of man and his environment from Buddhism, the element of love and forgiveness in Christianity, and the elements of prostration and simple direct forms of prayer in Islam, and so on and so forth. 4. The present crumbling financial system, based on interest rate and the law of supply and demand, will simply have to go, as advised by all monotheistic religions, thus drastically changing social and economic relationships and priorities, and therefore our own values. The vanguard and the pioneers of the new world religious consciousness are already emerging. Apart from the first fundamentalist awakening in the 70s, I started to notice recently, more specifically since the beginning of this year, a new advanced kind of awakening. Every now and then I meet someone who tells me casually about some changes in his sleep, diet, and weight. Those people find themselves sleepy or wake up much earlier than usual. They are often wide awake after midnight for no reason, only to realize that they cannot sleep until they pray, and sometimes for a long time. Also, some meat eaters are becoming fishitarian, F-I-S-H, and some fishitarians are becoming vegetarians. If you happen to be one of them, please let's meet after this meeting, because I'm conducting a survey of this trend. Finally, the next few years may be difficult, and sometimes very difficult, but all dramas have happy endings only if we wait and see the usually unwritten act of the play. The one before the final is part of the training and spiritual selection and transformation. So please do not be disturbed by my forceful views of the future. They are only meant to prepare ourselves for the unprecedented challenges ahead of us. But the final act will eventually constitute the richest and the most rewarding cycle in human history. Universal peace will finally then be founded on the solid basis of making peace with God. Thank you.
Right position, which is very important. And it is important that we still our body. If we still our body, mind will be still. Mind is always extra active, hyperactive. 24 hours we go on thinking. Mind is an instrument. It doesn't have its own personality. Mind is filled with thoughts, and thinking is not meditation. Even listening is not meditation. Any kind of sensual enjoyment is not meditation. It is used only in the beginning to withdraw the mind, to help the mind to go up, to let the mind step up. Meditate on your breath. Meditate on your own self, on your own profile. See yourself with closed eyes. See the figure of your body. See it with an objective mind. Feel yourself sitting like Buddha and meditating. Meditation means withdrawal of mind from the activities of senses. Concentrate on your breath, which is a divine gift. One can live without food for days. One can live without drink few hours. One cannot live without breathing. Breath is most precious and very effective way to control your mind. Meditate on your breath. Feel yourself breathing in, breathing out, breathing in, breathing out, and do it naturally. Take your own time in breathing in. Take your own time in breathing out. Breathe in full. Breathe out full. During the moments of meditation, forget what you are. You are a spark of divinity. You are a little God in miniature. You have all those qualities which God has in a minimized form. Breathe in slowly. Breathe out slowly. Focus your attention on breath. Breath is not only air or oxygen, it has pranic energy. It will help you to relax. Meditate on your breath. Avoid thinking or contemplation. If any thought comes to you, brush it aside. Tell your mind to postpone its programs until meditation is over. You have 23 hours to attend to your daily routines. Few minutes give to your own self. Go within yourself. You are a little consciousness, a spark of consciousness, a star of light. Breathe in and breathe out. Constantly focus your attention on your breath until you begin to feel that there is a peace that passeth understanding. Try to be yourself within yourself. Our thoughts are borrowed thoughts. Our personality is a borrowed personality. We have learnt it from the society, from the day of our birth until today. Consciousness is beyond language, beyond races, beyond religions, beyond everything. Meditate on your own consciousness. Meditation helps you to come closer to your own real self. Practice this technique several times a day, even if it is only for 1 minute or 2 minutes. You will feel relaxed. You will feel energetic. You will feel less tensed. And the light will come from within, which will solve all your doubts. Go on meditating on your breath until you begin to feel that you have a different kind of consciousness, as if you are far, far away from your physical environment. When you are high up, you can see the problems below in miniature forms. You'll be able to solve all your problems: physical, mental, intellectual, economic, emotional, and spiritual. Be close to your own self. That self is close to God. When you are deep within yourself, you can say any prayer. You can meditate on any figure of God if you like. Pray in your own words when you are deep within your own self. Speak the language of your heart. Speak the language of truth. Speak the language of love and devotion. If there is love, there is God. If there is truth, there is God. If we are all good and do good, God is close to us. You can repeat, "Oh God," in your breath, in your mind. You can say a little prayer when you are deep within yourself. You can chant Om mentally with each and every breath. You can say Allah with each and every breath. Whatever name you have chosen for your love divine, repeat that name. By repetition of some name, it becomes like a charm. It absorbs your mental energy. It helps you in times of need. Be with your real self, which is immortal, which is ever present, which is unborn, which is beyond depth, which is beyond the reach of the mind and intellect also. Breath is only a little example or manifestation of that divinity. Meditate on your own real inner being. Now breathe in, breathe out. Feel that your breath is in your body. Feel your flesh. Feel your limbs. Feel your presence here on the chair. And chant Om with me. We'll chant Om 3 times. Take a deep breath in and chant Om and meditate on the sound vibrations. I'll say the prayer of peace. Please follow. O Lord, may thy hand lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to light, from death to immortality. May all be happy. May all be peaceful. May all be enlightened and cultured. May all attain perfection. May peace be established in the 3 bodies of man. May peace be established in the 3 bodies of man. May peace be established in the 3 worlds. May peace be established in the 3 worlds. May peace be established everywhere. May peace be established everywhere. May truth be our religion. May truth be our religion. May service be our worship. May service be our worship. May knowledge be our breath. May knowledge be our breath. May world be our family. May world be our family. May yoga be our way. May yoga be our way. May our eyes see happy and noble things. May our eyes see happy and noble things. May our ears hear happy and truthful words. May our ears hear happy and truthful words. May our tongues be sweet and truthful. May our tongues be sweet and truthful. May our bodies be divine instruments. May our bodies be divine instruments. May noble thoughts come to us. May noble thoughts come to from all corners of the universe. May we never leave God. May God never leave us. Om peace and love. Om peace and health. Om peace and enlightenment. We'll chant Om once again. Hari Om, you may open your eyes, or you may rub your palms and apply to your eyes, face, and other parts of the body. Bless yourself, heal yourself. Do it 3 times. We have different forms of existence: physical, emotional, and intellectual. Bless yourself. I think I am on time. I am before time, because I always teach all my students that please be on time. If we are on time, we'll reach Godhood, probably. If we are on time, we'll never miss a plane and train. If we are on time and doing things exactly as it is designed, we'll never have any accidents. But when we miss something in some lazy corner of our brain, then we have accidents, we have disease, some germ comes into the body, attacks our cells, and we are sick. Then try to be on time, because in India, they designed that everything is run on time. But India itself forgot all this wisdom. And many other people are having those teachings, but Indian people have forgotten, because Indians are famous for being late, 3 hours late, 8 hours late. And now other planes are also learning to be late. I would suggest that we continue this program. I know that you have a lot of wisdom to give and share, but this is only a representation. Conference is only a sample or a dish, a flavor, just to give you a good taste. Not the whole teaching should be taught here, but give a taste of that wisdom so that people can benefit, and wherever they go, they spread peace. I thank you very much. To me, all religions are beautiful, just like 7 colors, rainbow colors. 7 religions are 7 dresses for my soul. Every religion offers something good, and everybody intended good in the beginning. But it is the followers who make a meat or flesh out of it to sell something. But we distort the wisdom, because teachings have always been very good, which I'll speak later on. And just now I would like that all the lecturers and all people who are here, they get enough time to express their views and you share their wisdom. Thank you very much.
She came from across the sea, speaking about peace and harmony, traveling around the world, bringing joy to you and me. Peacemaker, peacemaker, bring a smile to all you see. Peacemaker, peacemaker, let your love shine radiantly. Peacemaker, peacemaker, bring a smile to all you see. Peacemaker, peacemaker, let your love shine radiantly. She has renounced everything in an effort that she may bring peace, truth, and harmony to the world of humanity. Peacemaker, peacemaker, bring a smile to all you see. Peacemaker, peacemaker, let your love shine radiantly. Peacemaker, peacemaker, bring a smile to all you see. Peacemaker, peacemaker, let your love shine radiantly. She shows us the many tools, then lets us be the one to choose. To transform our consciousness, fill the world with happiness. Peacemaker, peacemaker, bring a smile to all you see. Peacemaker, peacemaker, let your love shine radiantly. Peacemaker, peacemaker, bring a smile to all you see. Peacemaker, peacemaker, let your love shine radiantly. Peacemaker, peacemaker, let your love shine radiantly.
We have come to Mount Zion, to the city of the living God, the heavenly Jerusalem, with myriads of angels round the throne. We have come to Mount Zion, to the city of the living God, the heavenly Jerusalem, with myriads of angels round the throne, singing hallelujah, singing hallelujah, singing hallelujah, singing hallelujah, singing hallelujah, singing hallelujah. And we've come unto Jesus through the love of the new covenant, made pure to stand before the throne of grace, with all the firstborn saints in endless praise. And we've come unto Jesus through the love of the new covenant, made pure to stand before the throne of grace, with all the firstborn saints in endless praise, singing hallelujah, singing hallelujah, singing hallelujah, singing hallelujah, singing hallelujah, singing hallelujah. Since we found such a kingdom that shall never be removed, let us worship the Lord in love and awe, in reverence and heartfelt gratitude. Since we found such a kingdom which shall never be removed, let us worship the Lord in love and awe, in reverence and heartfelt gratitude, singing hallelujah, singing hallelujah, singing hallelujah, singing hallelujah, singing hallelujah, singing hallelujah. singing hallelujah, singing hallelujah. Amen.
Please stand and thank the chorus. For us to have her with us today. Please welcome Mother Tessa Valecki.
For the past 22 years, I have been a Carmelite monk. Some people have trouble thinking of a woman as a monk, and if you're one of those, you can consider me a nunk, which is a kind of a cross between a monk and a nun. And I am a woman, first of all. I am a Christian. Getting even more specific, I am a Roman Catholic. I am a Carmelite of a particular sort. We are trying to live out what Thomas Merton calls the primitive Carmelite ideal. Most of you know something about St. Teresa of Avila, St. John of the Cross. When you think Carmelite, you think in terms of cloistered convents, and so you think, well, what on earth are you doing out? And we are not that kind of community. We actually live as hermits. Well, then, if we live as hermits, you also say, well, what are you doing out? The original Carmelites were what we call apostolic hermits. That meant that the life was a blend of solitude and togetherness, solitude and service, contemplation and action. So there are periods of our life when we are in very radical solitude, and then periods of our life where we share the fruits of that solitude, the fruits of that contemplative experience in occasions like this. We also are a retreat center where we are open to men and women of every walk of life, of every religious affiliation or none, which makes for a very rich experience in our desert, our mountain desert of Crestone, Colorado, and our woods in Nova Scotia, Canada. And there's so much more I would like to share with you about how we live, because I find that one of the most fascinating dimensions of a gathering like this is a sharing of the lifestyles that we live that grow out of our religious experience, our religious convictions. But there isn't going to be enough time for that, so in the bookstore and then on the table outside the room here, you'll find these little yellow pamphlets, which just give you a bit more of a sense of what our life is all about and what it would be like for you if you came to visit or if you came to make a retreat. One of the first ecumenical gatherings like this that I went to was in Seattle, Washington. And in my first discussion group, I very simply said, I am a Carmelite and I'm part of the Carmelite mystical tradition, which is part of the broader Christian mystical tradition. And then I was about to go on with the subject matter of the discussion group when everyone stopped me and said, well, wait a minute, what are you talking about when you say Christian mysticism? This was a group of people who had all grown up in the West, most of whom who had been raised as Christians of one affiliation or another. They were very sophisticatedly educated in all kinds of spiritualities. They knew about Buddhist mysticism, they knew about Hindu mysticism, they knew about Sufi mysticism, but they didn't know that there was such a thing as Christian mysticism. Now, for me, this was a shock, because my entire life I had grown up certainly not knowing the word mysticism, but being aware of the fact that the heart and the soul of Christianity was precisely mystical experience of God, a living experience of the living God. And it was a terrible sadness to me to realize that so many of the people who grow up Christian know nothing about the heart and soul of what Christianity means. And I remember asking my friend Brother David Stendelrast how he accounted for this. And he said to me, Tessa, I think we have to face the fact that from a very early age, Christianity got sick, was the way he described it. Jacob Needleman has written a book called Lost Christianity, and he's saying the same thing as Brother David, but using another expression. My own spiritual teacher, Father William McNamara, speaks about the failure of Christianity, and what all of these individuals mean, whether they're talking about the failure, the lostness, the sickness, is precisely the loss of, or ignorance of, or a neglect of the mystical dimension of Christianity. And this is what we need to look at again. This is what we need to rediscover if we once knew it and have lost it. This is what we need to find for the first time if we have never known it. Now, when we speak about mysticism, we could also use the word contemplation. Mysticism and contemplation are really synonymous and can be used the same way. And for years, I avoided the word mysticism because I always thought there was something spooky about it. And when it comes to religion, the last thing I like in religion is any kind of spookiness. So for years, I always used the word contemplation because there was something so much more sober and respectable about it. And depending upon the group that I'm in, I'll either use the word contemplation or mysticism. And whenever I say one, you can think the other, whichever is more familiar to you. And they can be used interchangeably. And we need to ask what we mean when we say contemplation. What do we mean when we say mysticism? And there are a million ways to describe this experience. And I always like to begin with more generalized non-theistic descriptions, because for most of us, that is how our mystical experience arises in our lives. We are not necessarily aware of God. Now, for the Christian specifically, and I am speaking here as a Christian, mystical experience is essentially and ultimately theistic, but not necessarily in the beginning. So it's very, very helpful to speak more non-theistically at the beginning. And a good many of the descriptions of mysticism that I think are the best speak in terms of life or living. We can describe contemplation or mysticism as living on the spot where we are, living in the now, living in the present moment, or celebrating the sacrament of the present moment. And then there's another whole range of descriptions that speak in terms of depth or heart or feeling. For example, savoring the real, or penetrating the inner suchness. Penetrating the inner suchness. The inner suchness of a thing, the inner suchness of another person. But for me personally, the best descriptions are in terms of a vision or seeing. And in the Roman Catholic tradition specifically, we speak of that ultimate realm of experience, which we call heaven. And remember, heaven is not a place, but a realm of being, which can begin here and now. This ultimate expression that we use is beatific vision. And I have always loved this expression from a very early age. Beatific vision, this kind of seeing. So, for example, if we were to describe mysticism in terms of seeing, some descriptions might be seeing everything against the background of eternity. Now, this seems paradoxical. How do you live in the present moment, seeing everything against the background of eternity? It's precisely that paradox, that mystery, that seeming contradiction, living out of that balance, that creative tension. That's where the adventure is. That's where the fun is. Living in the now, seeing everything against the background of eternity. Seeing things as they really are. This is another helpful description of mysticism. Seeing things as they really are, not filtered through our own merely subjective perceptions, merely subjective opinions and prejudices, but seeing things as they really are. Now, this begins with a long, loving look at the real with a small r, no matter what that is. And ultimately, this expands into a long, loving look at the real, capital R, whatever we mean by that. And I'll say a bit more about that in a minute. And this is ultimately my favorite, and I think the most helpful description of what we mean by mysticism. A long, loving look at the real. And every one of these L words is important. First of all, that we are speaking in terms of a look, a perception, which is also an appreciation. And we speak of the look as a loving look, meaning that there is a participation in what it is that we are looking at. There is a oneness between us, a love participation, and from a Christian perspective, the oneness, the non-duality is expressed in terms of love language. And then the look is long, not in the sense of looking for 45 or 60 minutes or however many minutes you consider long, but long in the sense of it's never ending, of a continual unfolding that goes on. The fact that there is a long view involved in this. We're not talking about an isolated moment that has a beginning and an end. We call it long because in a very real way it never ends. Also, in a very real way, once we really wake up to it, it never really began, but it always was. So that's why we speak in terms of long. I'm not speaking in terms of chronology here. Now, all of these expressions happen to come from my own spiritual teacher and the co-founder with me of our community. I forgot to mention that we are a mixed community of men and women, which has a very long, more ancient tradition within the Roman Catholic Church, but has not been done for a very long time. And we are almost 30 years old as a community now. My teacher's name is Father William McNamara. Most of these descriptions are from him. I can only be very brief here, which is a very frustrating thing in such a short weekend. And if you are interested in pursuing any of these descriptions, several of our books and tapes are available in the bookstore. So all of these now, these first descriptions are more non-theistic descriptions of what we mean by mysticism, which is where we usually begin. But then, as I mentioned, for the Christian, our experience is ultimately theistic. So if we were going to describe mysticism in more terms of theism, what would some of these descriptions be? Loving, experiential awareness of God. And again, all those words are important. Loving, experiential awareness. And experiential is the most important word here, because we are not talking about thoughts about God, words about God, reading about God. We are talking about direct and immediate experience of God. Another expression that you find in the more classical Christian mystical theology, and if you're going to be looking at any of those classics, you'll see these terms, so it's helpful to be familiar with them. The mystics speak in terms of realized union with God. Now, that word realized is very important, because we are all at all times enjoying union with God, or we would disintegrate. We simply wouldn't be here if we were not in union with God, but we do not always realize it. We are not always aware of it. But in Christian mystical theology and all that literature, the mystics who write about God are writing out of their realization or their experience of God. One of the more common Carmelite terms, if you read John of the Cross or Teresa of Avila, who are our two greatest saints in our Carmelite tradition, is transforming union with God. Again, we say transforming union. That's the way that's the Carmelite expression for describing the non-duality, that we and God are one. We are transformed into God. Now, I use the word God. I use God language, speaking as a Christian and a Roman Catholic and Carmelite out of my own experience. I know there are a great many people who do not use the word God, who are offended by the word God. I've tried in gatherings like this to use more generic terminology that would be acceptable to everybody. And then I find I'm really not speaking out of my experience. So I hope it doesn't bother you that I do this. I'm simply being truthful to my own experience by doing it. And then all you have to do is make some little translation in your own minds and hearts. You know, what is the word that speaks to your experience? Is that ultimate reality? Is that great spirit? Is that the great mystery, the real? Whatever it is, in my experience, God works better than anything I know to describe what it is that I'm talking about. Now, in our community, we are always emphasizing what we call earthy mysticism. And that is the title of one of our books, Earthy Mysticism. And earthy, there are a lot of synonyms for earthy. Homey, ordinary, human, natural. One of the difficulties when we speak about contemplation and mysticism is that it gets too spooky, as I said. It gets too ethereal. It gets too otherworldly. It becomes too misty. Mysticism instead of mysticism. And by calling this experience, by emphasizing the earthiness of it, the ordinariness of it, we ground the experience in the commonplace. We ground the experience in our everydayness, which is extremely important. In the early years of Christianity, there wasn't even a word for mysticism because it was so taken for granted as the ordinary, everyday experience of every Christian. And then we became so removed from the ordinariness, from the incredible sacredness and mystery of everyday experience, that then we took on all this exotic language to describe a supposedly exotic experience, when really what we are talking about is very ordinary and very down to earth. But on the other hand, the experience is not merely earthly, not merely natural, not merely this worldly. So it's very important to retain this juxtaposition of opposites and speak in terms of earthy mysticism to strike the whole balance. It is not possible to teach mysticism or to teach contemplation. Contemplation, as we like to say at home, is more readily caught than taught. You sort of catch it, like you catch the drift, like you catch a good infection, like you catch a falling star. Contemplation is more readily caught than taught. And it's very important to emphasize the fact that the contemplative or the mystic is not a special kind of person, but everyone is or ought to be a special kind of contemplative, a special kind of mystic. We are all natural contemplatives. We are all natural mystics. This is our birthright. This is how we were created. But this contemplative capacity in us has been lost because it has been left unexercised for so long. This contemplative capacity in us, our contemplative powers, are seriously atrophied in our age because so much around us, both psychically and physically, works against our being able to live out of this essential contemplative dimension. But this dimension can be reactivated, it can be rediscovered, it can be reawakened, and this is precisely the value of different spiritual practices that are taught by the different world religions, is to get us in touch once again with this very natural capacity that God gave us. Contemplative experience, mystical experience, is as natural as our breathing. And it erupts spontaneously and graciously when we're living life to the hilt. Now, not just any old life lived will result in this kind of experience, because we know that there's a tremendous amount of dehumanized living, denatured living, desensitized living that goes on in our culture that we can very easily succumb to. But when we live life to the hilt, that means a whole life, a human life, and a very deliberately lived life, then we are bound to experience mysticism or contemplation. We can't help but become contemplative if we are really living in this whole and human way. We like to say in my community that Jesus did not come to teach us contemplation or mysticism. He came to inspire us to live. And you'll notice when you immerse yourself in the Gospels how his favorite word is life. Over and over again, he's speaking in terms of life. I am the bread of life. I'm the way, the truth, and the life. I have come, and this is my favorite passage from all of the Gospels, I have come that you may have life and have it to the full. Now, why would he say this? It seems because he was so sure that if we immerse ourselves in life, we will inevitably become contemplative or mystical, as we were created to be. So in our own communities, in our own monasteries and retreat centers, in both Colorado and Nova Scotia, we don't teach contemplation, we don't teach mysticism. What we try to do is create what we call a lively human atmosphere. And not so rarefied an atmosphere that once people leave, it's not possible to incorporate elements of it no matter where they live in the world and no matter what their vocation in life. But a lively human atmosphere that is so basically and foundationally human that anyone, anywhere can live out of these human principles and create a similarly alive human environment anywhere in the world. And this lively human atmosphere sets the stage for contemplation or mysticism to erupt. And this is what interests me more than almost anything else in the world, is what does it mean to be alive? What does it mean to be fully human? How do we create this fully human environment? And if we had a week-long workshop, it would be possible to go into this in more depth. There isn't time now. Let me just briefly tell you 3 qualities of this lively human atmosphere. One is that it is a very natural atmosphere. Most of us live lives that are too artificial or too derivative, and so we're starving to death as human beings. We need to live more naturally. We need to live a more ordered life. There's too much chaos in our lives. Too much of the time we let too many things happen to us. We need to live a more ordered life. And thirdly, we need to live a more balanced life, which means that sometimes you just throw the order out the window and go wild with enthusiasm and don't pay any attention to order whatsoever in order to strike a balance between solitude and togetherness, a balance between work and play. order, naturalness, and balance. I'm emphasizing the fact that the mystic or the contemplative knows God by experience, as we said, not by hearsay, not through books, not derivatively, but directly and immediately. The central religious thrust today is dominated by this tremendous transcendental hunger and thirst for experience of God. And unfortunately, in many situations, institutional religion is not feeding this hunger. Now, there are many instances where institutional religion is. I'm not for throwing out the institutions. I happen to be immersed in one of the biggest religious institutions of the world. So I am in favor of institutions so long as the institutional aspects are light and transparent and get us where they are meant to go, where they are meant to lead us instead of bogging us down within themselves. Many people are starving to death today because institutional religion is feeding them stones instead of bread. And what we all hunger for is this living bread. J.D. Salinger said, and remember I'm speaking specifically as a Christian here, see Christ and you are a Christian. All else is talk. This is one of my favorite descriptions of what our lives should be about as Christians. See Christ, experience Christ, and you are a Christian. All else is talk. The vision of Christ, seeing Christ, tasting Christ, touching Christ, this is what we mean by Christian mystical experience. And the Christian mystical literature is full of these very sensuous descriptions, beautiful, sensuous metaphors for the experience of God. And apart from descriptions that come from St. John of the Cross and Teresa of Avila, who are really my favorites, and that's partly why I'm a Carmelite and not some other kind of Christian contemplative, my favorite description comes from St. Augustine. And just listen to this as a description of the kind of experience of God that we are called to. St. Augustine prays, "You called and you cried to me and broke open my deafness. You sent forth your beams and shone on me and chased away my blindness. You breathed your fragrance upon me. I drew in my breath, and now I pant for you. I tasted you, and now I hunger and thirst for you. You touched me, and I have burned for your peace." You see here how this experience opens up, awakens all our senses, our hearing, our seeing, our smelling, our tasting, our touching. The heart and the soul of Christianity is precisely this immediate experience of the living God. So then how does liturgy come in? What is that all about? What is ritual all about? What is morality all about? What is doctrine or dogma all about? And those are kind of dirty words today. And then ultimately, how does this all relate to the future of the planet? We need to understand the intimate connection that exists between Christian mystical experience and liturgy or ritual. Liturgy is the ritual embodiment or reenactment of our mystical experience. And when we forget this, and when liturgy is no longer reflecting or reenacting our mystical experience, then we have that terrible aberration we call ritualism, which is so utterly empty and which is why people stay away from churches. Because of empty ritualism that is not growing out of mystical experience. And very mysteriously, the same thing is true for dogma and doctrine. Now, I happen to love dogma and doctrine because it is really a shorthand record of mystical experience. Dogma divorced from mystical experience is merely sterile dogmatism. One of those insidious isms that we want to stay away from. But dogma, at its best, is an intellectual interpretation of our experience. Remember, we talked about how mysticism is a long, loving look. And part of what we mean by the long look is a progressive interpretation of what this experience is all about. We use our minds to understand it more deeply. And we sort of capsulize this experience in this shorthand language that we call doctrine so that we pass it on from generation to generation. One of my favorite theologians is Karl Rahner, a German Jesuit who died in 1984. And amazingly enough, he describes doctrine in terms of love poetry. Now imagine that. And it's because of this kind of a view that I am personally so enamored of those teachings that we call doctrine. You know how we all know this from our own experience. The truest and most important dimension of our love experience is precisely the direct experience of it. But as the lover reflects on the love experience, he or she may be moved to write love poetry about it. And the poetry doesn't limit the love or dampen the love in any kind of a way, but it enhances and enriches the love, illuminates new facets of the love, and in fact inspires new love. And it is the same way, in the same way we can understand the teachings, Christian teachings, the doctrines, the dogma, in terms of love poetry. And then something very similar can be said about morality. When we enjoy mystical or contemplative experience, there are consequences for us. Our experience doesn't just happen in a vacuum, but there are implications. There is a way of life that is demanded of us, that is called for as a result of this experience. And that essentially, in its broadest sense, is what we mean by morality. A way of life that grows out of our mystical experience, that comes from the inside out, not from the outside in. That's what's so key about it. And when our morality is cut off from mystical experience, then once again we have one of those insidious isms. We have the rigidity of moralism, which reduces morality to nothing but a series of do's and don'ts imposed from the outside, instead of this broad sweep of moral living that grows out of our inner experience and flows from us outside into the world at large. So we have all these elements centeredly beginning with the experience, ritually celebrated in liturgy, interpreted intellectually and handed down through teachings or doctrines, and then lived out in a moral way of life. And all of these elements exist in a tremendous creative tension, but a vital unity. And our trouble comes, not only in Christianity, but in other traditions as well, when any one of these emphases pulls away from the center and the organic whole is lost, and one or another is exaggerated to the detriment of one of the others. All right, then, lastly, how does this all relate to our planetary future? Some people consider contemplation a cop-out. And when you are a professional contemplative the way I am, you get this all the time. Oh, your life is just an escape. Now, this is a good challenge to be given, because false mysticism or false contemplation is very definitely a cop-out. I mean, that's why people get into it, because it saves us some of the pain of life. Genuine mystical experience is not an escape, is not a cop-out, and is not a painkiller. In fact, it's exactly the opposite. Genuine contemplation, genuine mystical experience is the source of very realistic and very responsible contemplative action in society. Not feverish activism, not do-goodism, which is an aberration of Christianity and other religious traditions as well, not unenlightened action, which makes us run around compulsively and convulsively like chickens with our heads cut off, doing more harm than good, so much more harm than good than that the people who come after us have to undo what we were doing in the name of doing good. St. John of the Cross says that anyone who rushes headlong into action without first acquiring through contemplation the power to act, the wisdom to act, will accomplish little more than nothing. And sometimes nothing at all, and sometimes a great deal of harm. And why did he say this? Why is this such a problem? Because action without contemplation is blind. This is a very important aphorism that needs to be understood by all world leaders in positions of power and influence. Action without contemplation is blind. In Christianity, we refer to the right kind of action as apostolic action. And the word apostle means one who is sent. But the trouble is that a great many people who engage in action are not genuinely sent, but instead are self-propelled egotistically. And that's part of why the world is in such a mess and why we have so run amok. Because we are self-propelled and not spirit-led. Now, I have a whole series of descriptions of the mess of the world, but they have already been given much more eloquently than I can give them. We know what the problems are. The point is that all of these difficulties, all of these seemingly negative characteristics of our contemporary way of life are not unrelated. They're all a manifestation of one central, simple fact, and that is an impoverishment of spirit. That is a loss of contemplative vision. In short, the whole contemporary crisis in the world today can be called a crisis in contemplation. Action without contemplation is blind, and only the real contemplative is capable of truly effective action that doesn't set into motion a whole chain of negative consequences. And every action needs to be contemplatively inspired, not just specifically spiritual action, but political, sociological, educational, economic. Only the true contemplative is capable of truly effective action, because only the true contemplative takes a long, loving look at the real and sees things as they really are, without all those confusing and misleading filters. So this means that the genuine contemplative person and radical contemplative centers who are on to this truth that action without contemplation is blind are crucial agents of social change and are not copping out and are not being irresponsible world citizens. And history is full of tremendous examples of contemplatives in action. And we name our hermitages after these people to emphasize the fact that one is not contemplative in a vacuum, but as a global citizen. So we have hermitages named after Sir Thomas More, Mahatma Gandhi, Dorothy Day. Currently in Colorado, we don't have one named after Dag Hammarskjöld, but we did when we lived in Arizona up until a few years ago. A great French Thomistic philosopher by the name of Jacques Maritain said some years ago, we need to put contemplation on the roads of the world. It has to come out of the monasteries, out of the hermitages, out of the convents. Of course, there's a lot of monasteries where it isn't, even though it's supposed to be anyway, because of the chaos that exists in our world today. Contemplation needs to be put on the roads of the world, playing a part in every aspect of human existence, so that our entire life is inspired by it. Our family life, our work, our business, our politics, our art, our science, our music, our marriages, our friendships, all our social relationships, beginning in the home and up the full scale to the global community. Without vision, the Old Testament tells us, the people perish. And we are perishing. I didn't realize just how far along we were until Dr. Mueller said last night how few years we have left. Without vision, the people perish. These powers of contemplation in all of us, left unexercised for so long, have been lost and atrophied, but they can be rediscovered, and they must be rediscovered. And this is our responsibility if we are to become whole and integrated personalities, and if our world is once again to become humanized and ultimately sacred and God-centered. God bless you.
Deny the existence of God. The Sikhs know no God. The Buddhists refused even the concept of a God, and the Jainists did the same thing. But progressively, what did they do? Namely, the concept of God reappeared, and the famous Tirthankaras of the Jains, those models of virtues, they became God. And if you go to a Jain temple, you see that the people are praying in front of those Tirthankaras statues. For the Sikhs, the Granth Sahib, namely the book which had the best of all the religions, has become a god. The people give it food, rice, they pray in front of it. And when you come to the Buddhist, it's almost the same, because the Buddha himself has become a god. Now, what we have lived later on in the more modern times is something very similar. When at the time of the French Revolution, the people lived in such an incredible misery that the Queen of France says, if you have no bread to eat, why don't you eat cake? And when the religion, the Catholic religion, was in total alliance with the kingdom, that it was the aristocrats who became the bishops. These were privileges. They had land, they had money, they had taxing powers, and the poor people there had nothing. So that when they made the revolution was destroyed religion. The saints were disappeared from the calendar. The calendar became a revolutionary calendar. Everything that was religion was absolutely destroyed by the French Revolution, because they got sick and tired of those religious people who had allied with those who were in power, namely the kings. And then later on, in the 19th century, it was again the same situation. The Catholic religion, with whom was it allied? With the people who had the money, with the employers. And children had to go to the factories, women had to go to the factories, children were used in the mines to go ahead with a candle to blow up when there was gas, so that the workers would not blow up. And of course, when Karl Marx and the social reformers of the 19th century came up, and they were not all communists, you had Saint-Simon, you had many others, what did they do? They denied the existence of God, and they said to the Catholics, you're going to prove the existence of God. And of course, they couldn't prove it. And Voltaire and Montesquieu, when the first encyclopedia was created, the first collection of human knowledge, what did the Archbishop of Paris do? He ran to the king and he had the encyclopedia burned in public in Paris. And of course then Voltaire and the whole bunch of intelligent people who were the forerunners of the revolution, they sat there, okay, you prove the existence of God. And Voltaire became one of the most potent anti-religious people we had in this period. Now today, when we came to the United Nations, we are still living the sequels of this situation, because the scientists, they say the same thing. Look, God, that's very nice, but could you prove the existence of God? And of course, nobody can prove scientifically the existence of God. So when United Nations was created, we had a situation where the first priorities, and still continue to be, the first priorities are primum vivere. First you have to live. And later on you can philosophize and you can speak about religion and spirituality. And this is still the situation. As Karl Marx said, religion is an opium for the people, it softens them, and it doesn't make them understand how miserably they are exploited by the rich. So that in United Nations, the priorities have been and are, number one, do not let the people die. There is no reason for speaking about spirituality as long as you have millions of children dying before the age of 5. There is no reason of speaking about spirituality when you have wars, which in the last 40 years cost 20 million people. What's the point of speaking of spirituality when you have religions who practically are behind every present conflict, be it in Ireland, be it in Middle East, be it in Iraq and Iran, be it in Cyprus? When I speak about spirituality, how many people come to see me later on and say, Mr. Müller, could you stop speaking about spirituality? Don't bring the religions back. They have killed hundreds of millions of people in history. Please keep the religions away from the whole thing. They are only going to create a new world mess. This is the feeling which you have towards the religions in the world. So that in United Nations, priority number one is to try to avoid wars. Priority number two is to feed the 500 million hungry people on this planet. Priority 3 is to have illiteracy for the 800 million illiterates on this planet, to take care of the children of the world who are dying too early. There are 150 million abandoned children on this planet. You can imagine what that means, 20 million alone in Brazil. If you knew these reports on children roaming about in Khartoum, 40,000 kids, no family, nobody to give them even food, even in the Soviet Union. The homeless, the hundreds of millions of unemployed people, the 300 million of handicapped, the 12 million of refugees. I could give you figures and figures and figures of the magnitude of the physical and mental literacy problems which we have on this planet. So that these are the priorities in United Nations. And if anyone would come among the delegates and say, my dear friends, I propose a World Religious Conference, they would turn to him and say, look, you must be kidding. Why don't we first take care of eradicating war and hunger and misery? And then we can perhaps go into spirituality and ethics and things of this sort. But what I have observed in the United Nations, which is so interesting, it is we are moving up the ladder again. In other words, you have to take care of the physical aspects. Secondly, you have to take care of the mental aspects, UNESCO, literacy programs, and so on. And I'm forgetting the health of this planet as another aspect, not only hunger, but health. Then you come more and more into the ethical field. And now the United Nations, in its present stage, is already more and more speaking about codes of ethics. There's one code of ethics that is being developed after the other. And my prediction has always been that once we have made enough progress on the physical, on the mental, and on the ethical ground, finally, the United Nations is coming to its apex, which will be a spiritual one. And we have the examples in the United Nations itself, as I have lived it, because I myself, I was not a spiritual person until I met a man like Utand, the Secretary General of the UN. Here I discovered a man who was totally spiritual. who has left a fantastic spiritual message to the United Nations, and who I remember one day sitting in the General Assembly had the same thought as you. And he said to himself, why do we hear only politicians and social people and economists and scientists? Why do we never hear a spiritual voice? And since Fanfani was the president from Italy, he communicated this thought to him, and Fanfani said, well, I have an idea. I'm going to ask the Pope to come and speak to the UN. And this is how Paul VI came to the UN and gave his incredibly beautiful message in the United Nations, where he said that the UN was and will be the culmination of the journey that was started 2,000 years ago in Bethlehem. We had Dag Hammarskjöld, a lawyer and an economist like myself, who, when you read his markings, at the beginning never uses the word God. And at the end of it, it is a constant dialogue with God, who has become in the United Nations a great mystic, one of the greatest mystics of our time. And why? Because as he looked at the world problems, he finally asked himself, what is life all about? What is our meaning on this planet? What more can I do? What is the universal God expecting from me? And then he went into mysticism, and when he died, we found on his night table Thomas à Kempis, The Imitation of Christ. Namely, the kind of very solitary mysticism, I, Hammarskjöld, alone, the mountain climber, and you, God, here, what do you expect from me? Something absolutely remarkable. And just see the meditation room, which he created in the United Nations with this iron block of pure iron from Sweden, and those blue lines going into the universe. The heaviness of our planet, the heaviest material he could find, namely iron ore, and in the back, the ethereal blue infinite distances of the universe. So that we had, when Mr. Waldheim was elected Secretary General, I said to him in one of the early hours, I said, look, Mr. Secretary General, you're a Catholic. You're going to be the first Catholic Secretary General of the UN. U Thant was a Buddhist, but he invited the Pope. So I think you should invite Pope John Paul II. He did, and a little bit as a punishment, although it was not a punishment, he put me in charge of this visit, which was absolutely fascinating. And I saw a Pope who was quite suspicious towards the UN, who really, even Bishop Marcinkus had to put the famous picture of Jesus knocking at the UN and to tell the Pope that's what you're supposed to do. You're going to knock to have Jesus come in. I said to the Pope, you don't have to do this because Jesus is already inside the United Nations. But he came, and when he left the UN at the end of his visit, I was standing next to him and he cried and repeated 3 times, God bless the United Nations. It was incredible. So in the United Nations, you have many spiritual, deeply spiritual people. You have contemplatives. U Thant was a meditator. Hammarskjöld was a contemplative. These were people who are deeply geared in this background of the universe and its expression here in the material and intellectual planet on which we live. The trouble is that many do not even dare to express it. I don't know how many delegates I meet in the UN who stop me in the corridors and say, Mr. Miller, we admire you so much for having the courage to speak about spirituality and for wearing this cross. And then they opened their shirts and they took a half a dozen of holy medals from behind the shirt. I said, why don't you dare to speak about it? Especially the Muslims, for whom there is no distinction between politics and religion. Express these voices, but the thing is that some things are not fashionable. So people do not dare. And this is why when you say a call to action, as I will say later on, we have to have the courage of expressing and of proclaiming our beliefs, and nothing will happen to you. I have been, I have to tell you, my dear friend, that for years I have always said in the United Nations what I had on my mind, and I've never been reprimanded one single time, because people knew that I was truthful. I didn't do it either for the capitalists or for the communists or for the Catholics or for no one. I just spoke as a human being, and if you are truthful, you are inattackable. Nobody can do this. So here for the religions, we will move, and you can see a whole series of signs that now this period where religion was really depreciated after the French and after the socialist revolutions of the 19th century, this is beginning to come to an end. And some of these signs are the following. Not to speak about the deeply religious masses of people we have in the Muslim world, we have also in the Eastern countries, which have had a great influence on the West. But as I said yesterday, it is the rediscovery by the scientists that after all, science is confirming what all the great religions have always said. And we have had now a whole series of encounters between scientists and religious leaders. A second one is encounters between political men and religious leaders. We had the famous meeting in Oxford this summer, which will be continued now in Moscow in January by a meeting between 1,000 religious people and parliamentarians. And in Oxford we had Carl Sagan and scientists who made the kind of synthesis and built the bridges between the political people and the religious people, in order that politics, which is the organization of the city, becomes again this spiritual task, this elevated task about which you spoke so well when you spoke about the necessary contemplative background of political action. And this is why out of the 5 secretary generals we had in the United Nations, the only 3 who will really enter into history and will be remembered are those who had a spiritual background, who had this contemplative background of asking yourself every day, why am I here? What is expected from me as a human being? And they acted in the correct way. They didn't act for their glory, for being in the newspapers, for being remembered. They acted the way the cosmos expects us to act, namely to be a servant of these mysterious forces. So that I would recommend, and this is going to go very fast, what I would recommend in practice, since the subtitle is a call for action, is that we can obtain from the religions of this planet some very great contributions. The first one, which is already being done to a large extent, is the mobilization of the religions for the substantive problems of the planet. Now, we have in the last 15 years now, an organization located in New York, which is called the World Conference for Religion and Peace, which is an organization of religions from any sort you want, but they never discuss dogma, theology, or religion. They are here to help the United Nations succeed on its substantive problems. So they see what they can do to foster peace. They meet to see what they can do to foster the alleviation of hunger, the alleviation of illiteracy, the question of refugees. They have helped in an enormous way on the boat people from Vietnam. And all the substantive problems like the drug problems, criminology, which we have in the United Nations, they are located in the church center across from the UN. And there you have Buddhists, Catholics, Muslims, all kinds of religions that are working together like the Samaritan. Namely, you take the misery, and it doesn't matter whether you're a Catholic or a Buddhist. You take care of the misery. And this is the great message of the Samaritan. You don't have to be a Philistine to be recognized. You can be a Samaritan if you help the poor guy who is lying on the road. So that here we have a tremendous cooperation of the religions to help the world on very practical issues. And the Catholic Church in particular, which has one of its most important representation in the UN, they are an observer. The Catholic Church helps us enormously all around the world. The Pope is in constant contact with the Secretary General asking, what else can I do to help. So that here is a first way, namely where the religions can help on the substantive, immediate priority problems of this planet, without even having to discuss theology. The second thing where the religions could help enormously is if they could get together and try to formulate for the politicians of today and for the world of today what these cosmic laws which we should follow on this planet should be. In other words, the religions, they had all this incredible intuition of what the mysteries of life were in the universe. They all gave a correct message, which most politicians are unable to give because they're too down to earth. The religions are in heaven. They're all heavenly laws. The book of the Muslims came, the Quran came from heaven. Jesus came from heaven. It always comes from heaven. In other words, the universe has certain messages regarding our behavior on earth. And if the religions could only get together, that was the proposal I made in Kalamazoo, get together and agree on the great commandments, the cosmic laws of behavior which they know intuitively, and then say to the politicians, this is what we recommend. Now, can you imagine if they would recommend one basic law? Thou shalt not kill, not even in the name of a nation or a religion. This law alone would save the world, because then no young man would have to become a military. Every young man would say, I'm not a conscientious objector, but since you do not obey the rules of the Charter of the United Nations, which you have solemnly agreed to, I'm relieved from my obligations. I'm not going to kill another human brother, not in the name of this nation, nor of any religion. What a change this would be on this planet if the religions could agree to this. So if we could get these cosmic laws, and you have in this variety, there are about 5,000 religions on this planet, and in the Christian religion alone you have 23,000 denominations. I had to read it twice in the Encyclopedia of Religions to find out. But why do we have these diversities of religions? It is because human beings are so diverse, and they try to cater to the capacities and inclinations of all the people around the world. And they have so much to offer. They're expressing also ancient cultures. Look at the American Indians and their love for nature, how close they are to Mother Nature, to the earth. Look at the Zoroastrians and their admiration for nature. You cannot even bury a person because you would soil the ground. That's why they have their dead people put on towers of silence so that the birds come and eat them, so that you're almost immediately reincarnated in the life of a bird. It is incredible, the richness of perceptions of humanity towards our planet, which you find. In other religions, there's little about ecology. In the Catholic religion, there's very little. It had to be Saint Francis to come and discover the beauty of nature and the entire creation of God. And this is why there are so many Franciscans. This is why there are so many orders. Some of people liking to work with their hands, others with their mind, others with their art, others with their intelligence. This is the incredible variety and diversity of the manifestations of this eternal order of the universe as it becomes a reality and something concrete on this planet, and something living in all of us, each one being totally unique and different for all eternity, with his inclinations and trying to be an instrument of these mysteries of the universe. This is why there is no trouble with the diversities of the religions, provided they do not claim a total truth and makes them kill other religions in order to gain power, as nations have been doing so long. From a moment the religion becomes intolerant and demolishes other religions and asks me to despise or to kill or to damage another religion, I take my hat and I will send them back my cross. You can keep it. Because from that moment on, you no longer respond to my aspirations as a member of the human family. So that here is a great contribution, again, which they could do. Another one is to give us an interpretation of life. We still do not have an interpretation of life. I'm just, in this book, which I mentioned yesterday, I had this sentence from Mr. Giscard d'Estaing, the former president of France, who observed, "The world is unhappy. It is unhappy because it doesn't know where it is going, and because that because it senses that if it knew, it would discover that it was heading for disaster." Now this is a head of state who is speaking. Now where is the hope? Where is the belief in the success of humanity, in a mission we have to accomplish on this planet? And here the religions give a path of hope, all of them. The religions are all landmarks that help people to be hopeful and to live and to fulfill themselves in a world of mystery. The religions are ethical because they lift us. They are, as the Greeks said it, a theosis, elevating us into the heavens and towards God. Whereas the present world is pathological, it is the pathos. We're not looking at health, we're looking at sicknesses. We're not looking much at peace, we're looking at the conflicts. We're always on the negative side. And the present society, the Industrial Revolution and the present society, is a pathological society that doesn't give us hope. Here Mr. Giscard d'Estaing is right. Your society, Mr. Giscard d'Estaing, does not give me a hope for the world. And all the religions have given hope and answers to the mysteries of life. So that again, the question of the mysteries of life and the interpretations of life are fundamental in order to give humanity hope for the future. And this is why yesterday I was so fascinated coming down here, reading this book by Horace Bedrich, because the scientists are now confirming that this hope of the religion is absolutely correct from the scientific point of view. So if we see an alliance between the intuitions of the religions and the scientists, it is going to be absolutely admirable. And the fourth category, where the religions can help us immensely, it is their techniques. Now, we had an example this morning of meditation. And before that, early at 7 o'clock, I went down to go to the ceremony of Agnihotra, which is the celebration of the sunrise. You cannot imagine what benefits this world could derive if someone would systematically study the techniques of all the religions. On sunrises alone, what it means to see the sun rise again, because the sun is the source of all our energy. Whatever we eat is solar energy, transformed in a different way. This is why for them it's the god Agni. But look at the monks. Look at the techniques of the monks. They wake up at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning to prepare themselves for what? For the sunrise, which is a precious cosmic event. And then look at the psychologist, the Coué method. The moment when from your subconscious you go into the conscious. One of the most precious moments of the day, and in the evening the reverse, where you can program yourself into a happy person, into a healthy person, when you trigger your subconsciousness at the moment of sunrise, of waking up, into being a perfect, happy, and healthy person during the day. I observed this in the war, when the Coué method of auto-suggestion of the self-conscious has saved my life I don't know how many times, if I had not believed in it. But this is a total confirmation by the psychologists of the importance of this precious moment of sunrise and of sunset. Now these techniques are known in all the religions. But what do the 5 billion people do on this planet, except perhaps in India, where they still wake up to go on Agni? Everybody is asleep, and the first thing you do when you wake in the morning, you don't pray, but you open the television and you smoke a cigarette and have a cup of coffee. This is the type of world in which we live. But of course, you are supposed to watch the television, you are supposed to smoke cigarettes, and you're supposed to drink coffee, because these are the prevalent values. Prayer, meditation, the same thing. In this book by Horace Bainbridge, the scientists tell you how this silence and suppression of your intelligence and suppression of the material world around you, how this allows you to move into the sources of life itself. This is fascinating. In other words, that the Maya, the type of world which is created around ourselves, we should suppress it for a few moments in order to go back to our sources, like the waters, to our source. And then everything makes sense. And I remember Utan in the United Nations saying to me, Robert, I meditate several times a day because I have to put my things in order. Can you imagine? To put the things in order in the right perspective. And what was the right perspective for Utan? It is to see everything in the total universe and in eternity, as most of the Buddhists are doing. And then he knew that during all his day long, he had to be a kind man. I never heard him speak badly about anyone. I never saw him being violent. When he received visitors, sometimes the visitors left and they said, well, he's a very strange man, he didn't say anything. So I once asked him, I said, Utan, why don't you speak? And he said, but look, these people who come to see me, they are human brothers who come with a message. So I have to empty myself of myself to receive them totally. Can you imagine? A secretary of the United Nations who empties himself in order to receive a human brother. Now that was the result of meditation. He was a man who was spiritual at every moment of his day. He always told me, I don't understand you Catholics. Why you limit spirituality to a Mass on Sunday? How can you do that? You have to spiritual at every moment, day and night. Spirituality is the highest virtues of all. It is greater than physical life, it is greater than mental life, and it is greater than moral life. So that here all these techniques, healing techniques, celebrations, the feeling togetherness with the cosmos. And in the United Nations I've done every effort to have celebrations, to have a World Day of Prayer. And when United Nations starts its meeting in the General Assembly with a minute of silence for prayer and meditation, and it does it since 1946, and nobody knows that it does it. I have obtained now that last year 1 billion people commune with these delegates and wish them good luck by praying all around the world. It's not enough, we are 5 billion people, so 1 billion is insufficient, as I said to the Secretary General. We have blessings. How important it is to call the Holy Spirit to help. When I write a letter to a president of a country, I always put it on an altar of a church. It will not go without the Holy Spirit. And recently, a black priest in Maryland who lives near our daughter, who talked to me about the necessity of the religions to help on the drug problem. The beautiful idea. I said, look, why don't you send this idea to the people in Vienna, in the United Nations, who are taking care of the drug problem. He sent me his letter for my approval, and I sent it back to him with a few corrections and saying, Reverend Gray, please put this letter on your altar for a few days and then send it off. And when with my wife, a couple of weeks ago, we went to this black church, he made a little sermon and he said, Mr. Mueller, this time I'm not going to ask you to speak because I'm going to tell you something. And then he said that he kept this letter on his Bible on the altar and he sent it off. And that the answer was that the letter was communicated to all the plenipotentiaries who in Geneva have ratified a new convention on anti-drug fights by the United Nations, and that the conference itself immediately created a working group to consider and study his proposal. Here it is. I'm sure that if he had not put this on his altar, if he had not asked the intervention of the spirits of this universe, it would not have worked. We have to turn to the saints. I'm sure that this world is completely surrounded by saints. They're unemployed. They're unemployed, they're ready to help, but they cannot help you if you do not ask for their help. And from the moment you help, the miracles will happening because they flush in. I have almost nothing to work. I make them work. I turn to St. Francis, I turn to Saint Therese, and on the same day the miracle is happening. I could give you hundreds of proofs. The same day the miracle is happening. I don't know, I'm a rational person, but I can tell you that sometimes I feel a little spooky. I don't know what's going on. We have so many other things, prayers. The fact that you pray, we speak a lot about visions and visualizing the future. What is prayer? Prayer is the visualizing of a result. As a result, from the moment you pray, you begin to feel that what you are praying for is possible. And from the moment you think that it is possible, it is becoming possible, and you yourself will be able to fulfill the prayer because in your mind it has become possible. Those are all incredible techniques. I think even the rosary and the prayer beads to remind you that you should pray. The marvelous concept of the Muslims to pray 5 times a day should be adopted all around the world. So here the techniques are again a whole wealth of information from which the world could benefit. We have now in the University for Peace, every meeting starts with a minute for prayer of silence. Well, I don't see why Coca-Cola shouldn't start its board members with a minute of prayer. Maybe they will put a little bit less drugs into their Coca-Cola or something, or maybe they will sell de-Coca-Colaized Coca-Cola or something of this sort. One never knows. But here I think spirituality can be used, these techniques can be used very widely by the present society. Now I come to a few remarks on the question of spirituality more generally, namely which is not organized religion. I think that here every human being has deep in himself a kind of function. The biologists will tell you that it's biology that distributes this incredible diversity of inclinations and capacities in human, which is so miraculous that even today when you need computers and mathematicians, you have plenty of mathematicians available, as if nature was providing the capacities which we need in order to solve our global problems on this planet. But one can consider that this is again the universe that is doing this. So that each human being has very deep somewhere a function. And most people live without having even asked what this function is. I have lost many years of my life until I met Utant, until I rediscovered why I was born. Remembering that when I was a little kid, I was walking around saying that life was divine. A 4-year-old boy. Why did I say divine? Göttlich was in German. Is because that was the biggest adjective I could find. I was in passion with life. For me, life was tremendous. Nature, the trees, the birds, the sunrise, the moon, everything was beautiful. People were beautiful. I was going around with a little cap and I was saluting the old people. My father said, why do you do this? I said, because they're old, they know a lot. They know about life. And then came studies, law, economics, and all the junk. Until at the age of 40, I cleaned it. I said, the hell with all this. I have not learned anything from you. And then I went back to what I had in myself, namely my love for life. And this is why God made me work in the United Nations. This is why I wanted peace, because I do not want to have life impaired by wars. Because wars and hitting and hurting is criminal. This was the function for which I was born on this planet. And from the moment I rediscovered it in the United Nations, I was promoted. I became the assistant of the Secretary General. I organized the 40th anniversary of the UN. I still have not left the UN. Every day it continues, from morning to evening. Why? Because I have found ma raison d'être, the reason of my life, and as a result, I'm a happy person. Now others feel that they have to help as a mother. Mother is very important. They're creating new cosmic beings. Every head of state has had a mother and a family. And what he has learned from a mother and a father to be a peacemaker, well, maybe if he's a head of state, he will extend the hand to the other head of state because his parents taught him this lesson. You have people who are more inclined to physical things. There's a beautiful saint, no, he's not a saint yet, but there's a monk that was called Brother Lawrence from Metz in Lorraine, who was a cook. He has written some of the most, he has left behind the most beautiful testament. Because everything he did as a cook, picking up a piece of paper, that was a service to God. He was a cook, was not an intellectual. But everything was for the glory of God. And I myself in Dobbs Ferry, maybe Steindl Rast has told you the story. When I go from my home to the station, I have a bag and I pick up the trash which I found. And the Americans stop with their car saying, Mr. Müller, you'll never win. Well, yes, I win. And why do I do this? Because at least I want to have cleaned 1 mile on this planet. And this mile is clean. And people are imitating me. So that you can do this with your hands. Others want to be scientists, biologists, I don't know. Our own 4 children are so diverse. One of them is all hands. Nothing on the intellect. He's not interested in abstract concepts. 2 others are scientists. They're only scientists. Another one is a mathematician and a computer. I just don't know how we produce those 4 kids. They're completely, totally different from us. But each one has a major tendency, and I think it was great that we in our family, we allowed them all to find out what was their main inclination. And they are happy children because they are doing today exactly what they wanted to do. And sometimes when it doesn't work, I say, look, it doesn't work because you didn't pray. We had one daughter, the other day I said, if you pray for this, you're going to get it. And of course she called me just before we left saying that she got it. She got an assistant professorship at University of Seattle. And I'm sure that she only got it because of her prayers. She said that she got it because of her capacities. I'm sure, but prayer, I think, helped a little bit in all this. Excuse me?
What was the eldest son that worked with his hands?
Well, he's working United Nations. And he's doing inventories, he's doing organizing the messenger boys. He's a very happy boy, but you cannot ask him to write, he had, when he was born, he had some minor brain damages, which were due to, we do not know to what, and which, but he finished college. And he's a very happy boy because he does exactly what he's capable of doing. He loves to do it. And he's as successful financially as the others. As a matter of fact, they say, look, why does he earn more than I? And I have a PhD, you see. Well, he has his compensation. So that I think that here what is important is that all of us, we should be testimonies. I think do not wait for the great leaders to become spiritual people. Do not wait for the government to change. Do not wait for the Pope to change his attitudes or for all this. Do it yourself. Because you are a cosmic unit. You are endowed with the miracle of life. So you must do it yourself. And you must do it day and night. You must give the example. You must have other people follow your example. You have to proclaim your beliefs. I've just studied St. Francis because I'm supposed to speak in Assisi in 2 weeks at the International Conference of Franciscans. St. Francis was the inventor of networking. I didn't know that. He was inventor of networking, had his exhortations, and then he gave special, dispensations if the people copied his exhortations. That's what I'm doing. I have an exhortation on be spiritual, and I say you go ahead, but he went further than this. He gave you a special blessing, and he forgave you a number of sins if you did networking. I don't know any networking system that does it today. But why not? Why not? And this tremendous example, I think St. Francis, again, is a great revelation to me. It is because he was all-encompassing. He is a saint that is so well for us today, because for him, it was the imitation of Christ. It was the Father in heaven. It was the beauty of nature. Everything around him was the beauty of the creation. He had, as a matter of fact, the Pope has made him the saint of ecology in 1980. He looked at the poor. For him, helping the poor was part of contemplation. It was the result of contemplation. Frugality, something which we have missed in the world, namely simple life. By having simple and frugal lives, what do? We help nature to survive. This is a subject which has never been taken up in the United Nations. And I will recommend that the Franciscans, who have now become a non-governmental organization with the UN, that they should bring this up. It is the duty of people to help nature by being frugal and by having simple lives and by not buying all this junk, which in a reality is this material world that takes us constantly away from the contemplation and from our communion with nature and with the universe. With my wife, we spent a few days with the Hopis in Arizona. No television, no newspaper, no electricity, no running water. After 3 days, you cannot imagine how we live and how we listen to nature. It was a complete transformation of our relationship with nature, with the animals, with the birds, and with the people, because we didn't have all this junk which other people put in front of you. And most of the people, they live a whole life long here, complete slaves of what others do, and having never found their own personality, their own function, and their own happiness. So that the call for action of spirituality is addressed to each one of us. And we are 5 billion people, and 5 billion people can do more than any government on earth. As the Chinese say, when the people lead, the leaders will follow. And we can say if the consumer leads, the producers will follow. So that here is the message I would like to give you. It is, don't count on others. Do it yourself. Thank you very much. The discovery of the environmental problems of this planet originated first with a number of very advanced scientists and poets. Those are usually the first people who have perceptions of something that goes wrong on this planet. Those people like René Dubos, Rachel Carson with Silent Spring, and one country, namely Sweden, which was ahead of everyone else in terms of industrial and economic development, and which already in 1967 began to feel the effects of acid rain and of very serious environmental problems. So they turned to UNESCO, and in '68 we had the first conference on the biosphere, which is the little layer of life around this planet, only a few miles high and a few miles into the oceans, beyond which and below which there's no life. Now, this conference on the biosphere was not successful because nobody knew what the biosphere was. So that Sweden brought the question to the United Nations and said, you have to give the big drum about the deterioration of the environment. Some people said now the bird watchers are invading the UN, but they didn't understand what the graveness of the problems was. So when we prepared the Stockholm conference, which was obviously in Sweden because they had started the whole thing, we then began to have some statistics on the environment. And it looked very frightening. I can give you just one, that for every American citizen every week, at that time in 1970, the weight of an average American 170 pounds of solid waste material was thrown into the rivers and the ocean. So in other words, it's as if every week you would throw the entire American population into the ocean. Now you can imagine if tomorrow everybody has the American standard of life, and that every week we send the equivalent of 5 billion people into the water. It was absolutely frightening. And as a matter of fact, it led to the book, The Limits of Growth, which said, look, something is going to go wrong if we continue to behave that way. Now, one of the things that came to the fore at that time was the question of the ozonosphere. It was very well known, to the point, as a matter of fact, that at least the American Congress had the wisdom to prohibit the supersonic planes which the French put into circulation, namely the Concorde. The Americans, for environmental reasons, decided not to go into supersonic transport, and some of the countries of this earth prohibit the overflight of their countries by the French Concorde. We had the first conference on the ozonosphere in 1969. Nobody wanted to believe it. As usual, when you come up with these warnings, the big firms, those who benefit from them, or the governments who benefit from them, it's not true. So it was very vastly denied until it became of concern to the American atmospheric research organizations, finding that there were holes in the south, over the South Pole. As a matter of fact, if you go to Chile and Argentina, you are required, or people will tell you to wear a hat, because already now you have radiations in these countries from the lack of the ozonosphere. Everybody knows that there. And now lately it was discovered also over the North Pole. In the UN, we convened a conference in order to get an international treaty on the ozonosphere. It was concluded about a year ago in Toronto. When I saw the text, I threw it into the waste paper basket, because I considered that it was an insult to give these people up to 5 or 10 or 15 years to come and to reduce the present standards of emissions. People laughed at me, said, look, you are wrong, you are exaggerating as usual, and this is all which we could obtain. But I was right, because in the meantime now, the Europeans have unilaterally decided to practically scrap this treaty and to take themselves immediate measures for the prohibition of ozone producing, of the depleting matters. And the United States now is looking into this, because it will certainly also step up the rhythm at which this will be done. Now, my recommendation at the present moment, as I said yesterday, is that among the scientists, I would like to have a conference of scientists who would have the courage to tell the world very frankly that if we continue with the present productions of automobiles with the carbon dioxide, we have 300 million automobiles on this planet. It's increasing every year by the spread of automobiles around the world. Now, you can figure this out and extrapolate and to find out what it does in the year 2000 or 2025. You know exactly how much is put into circulation. You know how much is recycled by nature. So that I would like the scientists to tell us that in terms of the ozonosphere, this is how many years you have to live if you do not take any action. In terms of carbon dioxide, this is how long you will have to live until you will have to abandon the big cities. This is how long it will take until the climate of this planet is going to change. We estimate, this is what the scientists should tell us, if we continue with the carbon dioxide, as a result of this, the oceans are going to increase by so many centigrades. As a result of this, so many ice caps will melt, and as a result of this, so many land of this planet is going to be inundated. Now, we have already figures of this. The UN produces every year a report for the delegations to the year 2000, so that we know what is likely to happen in the year 2000. And when you see the possible estimates on climatic changes, you are just frightened. I remember in 1900, I obtained the first World Climate Conference in 1982, and the results on carbon dioxide were so frightening that I thought that every government would take them into account. None of them did. None of them did. This is one of the things which are so pitiful on this planet, is that these warnings are not heard. We are like ostriches. We put our heads into the sand and we think that, well, some miracle is going to save us from it. The seriousness is, someone gave me the example one day of a frog, which I think is quite typical. If you throw a frog into boiling water, the frog jumps out immediately to save his life. But if you put a frog into cold water and you begin to heat it, the frog will never jump out and will die, because it will be burned, because it will not know what is the moment when it goes from life to death. So this is the danger of this planet, is that we are acting like the frogs. We are being heated all around, and each of us believes that nothing is going to happen and that everything will be fine and that something is going to save us. But as I said yesterday, last year for the first time, this has become the major preoccupation on this planet. And what is also interesting is that the media are now stepping in. Ted Turner is going to come up with new television programs because he is convinced that the only people who can save this planet are the people themselves and not governments. So that here it is a problem. As I said, they are all sitting in their skyscrapers and in their research institutes and inventing new chemical products, new radioactivity. We had this conference in Kalamazoo in the Fetzer Foundation, where we discovered new frightening things, like the change in the electromagnetic sphere of this planet, which is changing our health conditions, because for millions of years we have not lived under these constant radio waves that are crossing us at every moment of our lives, and which are not without having any effects on us. So that this is the situation, and whatever you can do, you get your representatives and your politicians to take the question of the ozonosphere and of carbon dioxide and so on more seriously, the better it will be. But it's going to be very costly, by the way, because to change the automobile industry to another type of fuel, you can perfectly change the whole aviation industry to liquid hydrogen. The technologies all exist there, but it would cost billions and billions of dollars to reconvert the industries, and this is why they do not want to do it. And this is why the petroleum companies want to continue the same way. And this is why the cigarette companies want to say, look, just the cigarette companies. It was never true that you get cancer from cigarettes. How many years did it take? How many people had to die from this until finally people stopped smoking, and so on and so forth. So we are still unruly children, unintelligent children who do not want to listen. That story I've lived for 40 years, and of course it breaks your heart, and sometimes you have to scream loudly to make people understand that they have to react. They have to believe that these warnings are correct and have to be heard. And the ozonosphere is a very, very typical and one of the most immediate cases. Yes?
Do you have any suggestions for what individuals who want to make a difference can do with respect to the ozonosphere?
Well, a lady in Denver, when I spoke about this, she said, I'm going to home Mr. Müller, and I'm going to look at every spray can, and I'm going to throw them out. Look, why do you need a spray can for your hair? You had those little vaporizers which you pumped with your own hand. You can do this again. And as a matter of fact, I remember Margarita when we were living in Switzerland, and she was using talcum powder and sprays. There was a Swiss lady next door who said, but Madame Müller, why do you employ these poisons? This is asbestos, and this is a chemical. Can't you live without this asbestos and these chemicals? I think this Swiss lady was right. Why do we need talcum powders? And why do we need to spray our hair? Forget about it. Take the whole thing, throw it out, and then they will cease producing it. And not only of the tropical forests, but deforestation almost worldwide has been taken up by the United Nations as one of the major plagues of this planet. I gave you yesterday the figures just for the tropical forests. But I don't know if you have seen recently a television show on how the forests of the United States were being demolished around Seattle and Vancouver. As Ted Turner says, it is the electrical sewing machine that is doing the job. And forests, if you overfly Europe, they have disappeared almost everywhere. You have the desertification process in Africa. At the time of the Romans, I think Plinius the Younger, the historian, said that you could walk from Carthago in Tunisia to the other end of the tip of North Africa without ever leaving the shade of a tree. Today, you're lucky if you find a tree during this entire distance. So that here it is a very major deforestation of the planet, to the point where you can always make a comparison with the physical body. Because if you lose 1/3 of your skin in a fire, you will die. And if a tree trunk loses more than half of its bark, the tree is dying. And the question which we should ask ourselves is that after what proportion of deforestation of this planet is this planet going to die? Because these are our breeding cells. These are our oxygen producers. Now, there have been a number of good reactions. There have been vast reforestation programs undertaken. There are innumerable citizen groups who are doing this. I remember that on the International Year of Youth, one of my colleagues in the UN met me in an elevator one day and said, "Mr. Müller, I just read your beautiful story about your first cherry trees and your love for trees, and it gave me an idea. Since I'm in charge of the International Year of Youth, I'm going to ask all the youth of this planet to plant trees." And they did. And they did. So again, it shows you what a little story can have a benefit in the world. Millions of trees were just planted because I wrote this little story about my love for a cherry tree when I was a little boy. I can give you files and files. Just at this moment, you have Russian and American young people who are planting trees in Costa Rica. You have, in many places, more and more national forests and national parks. In Costa Rica, the country which has no armies, when the Americans said that they had to help to protect the Costa Ricans against the Nicaraguans with the American Corps of Engineers, we proposed another thing, and we are doing it now, namely the entire border with Nicaragua is separated from Costa Rica with national peace parks. So we let the trees be the natural protectors of Costa Rica, and those are peace parks, which I hope will be imitated in other parts of the world. The main problem in reality is, of course, Brazil, and the fact that Brazil, which is a very overpopulated country, and some of these countries like Brazil and Mexico, they had only one dream. It is to become bigger and more powerful and more populous and richer than the United States. I know this very well. Mexico has utterly failed in this. They wanted to have 200 million people at the end of the century and to be more powerful than the United States. It has become a total catastrophe. And in Brazil, of course, the forest and the changes, the transformation of the forest into agricultural lands or to sell it to foreign companies, this has been a very systematic policy until very recently. It is only about 2 or 3 months ago that the president of Brazil has finally conceded and accepted that they are going to change their policy and put a limit to the deforestation of the Amazon. But you know the story is in the newspapers, they have killed one of the advocates against this whole affair. But it is only very recently that we had an agreement from the government. As a matter of fact, it is interesting. When I remember 1970, when we had the first World Conference, the developing countries didn't want to hear of it. They said, we want smokestacks. This is another invention of the rich countries to prevent us from developing. Today, it is Mexico and Brazil who offer themselves as the seat of the next UN Conference on the Environment in '92. Because it is in Brazil and it is in Mexico and it is in New Delhi that you will see the worst polluted places on this planet, namely in the developing countries themselves. So you can see how things change within a short 20 years. But it remains a very fundamental problem, and it is worldwide, and it should not be considered to be only the Amazon. I have made one recommendation, and I would like you to do exactly the same recommendation. In our little town of Dobbs Ferry, I have asked the municipality to take a regulation that any builder or any person who destroys a tree will be required to plant another tree. And the village will give specific places where these trees can be planted. And I myself, in my family, we have another tradition, because I think you should always give the example yourself. At the birthday of every one of our children, we plant a cherry tree. So with 4 grandchildren over 20 years, there's going to be quite a number of cherry trees. And we have a little ceremony around it, and the boys will be very happy when they see these trees was planted in such and such a year, and when they're going to get the fruits, and say, my God, this tree was planted when I was 1 year old. So let's do these things ourselves, multiplied by 5 billion people. You can imagine, if 5 billion people on this planet plant only 1 tree, that means 5 billion trees. So again, my recommendation is that we ourselves, by our numbers, we are the greatest factor of change on this planet, not the United Nations. Well, indeed, that is a very, very fundamental question, and this is why many of the media do not want to touch upon it, because the money they get is mostly from the advertisers. And they do not want to do something which is contrary to advertisers. Now, there is one man, I think probably the first ever, and he has become a great friend of mine, namely Ted Turner, who has decided to turn things around. Ted Turner is a man who was a sailor. He gained a World Cup, I believe. And he's not a man who's interested in making money. This is totally irrelevant for him. He's a good American boy who starts from the principle, they ain't going to bust up my planet. That's all. He loves this planet, he loves nature, and he has taken it upon himself not to let the governments do all this nonsense. He's an incredible character, very down to earth, and has done miracles already on the political scene. They will not be able to change him. And his latest move now, he has been supporting the United Nations whenever other media was hating the UN in the last few years. He got his first funds from the United Nations to start his first television programs, as he told us the other day when we launched a new program of film, which is called A Planet Without Borders, showing how the 5 big rivers of this planet are deteriorating. And he has decided this year to start a worldwide television campaign where people will give examples as you just hear. In other words, you will be hooked on your television by telephone, and you will be given examples of what people have done personally in order to save the planet from all around the world, so that people can follow their example and people can call in. I've received the latest package of this Planet Alive program, which we start in September. It is a unique program which has never existed on this planet, namely in which the people will participate themselves. They are going to be the new democracy for saving this planet. And secondly, he has also another program which is called Captain Planet, which is going to be a cartoon, and we were trying to get it worldwide through the United Nations, where the children will be having their Captain Planet in order to save the planet, so that the children already will be educated. Now, Ted Turner has discovered that with the help of the United Nations, he has reached the greatest audiences ever on this planet. When we asked him to make a film on the birth of the 5 billionth inhabitant on this planet in Yugoslavia, he reached with this program 1 billion people. Now the other media are beginning to be jealous. What is this character who has discovered the global world and who is succeeding? He's CNN, which gives news about the world from morning to evening. You can see it in Geneva, you can see it in Tokyo, you can see it everywhere. It's the first world program of news. And every day the United Nations gets at least about 7 minutes. Whereas with other programs, we get perhaps 7 minutes in 10 years, and only when there's a disaster. So that I think there is the beginning of a reaction, and the success of Ted Turner is going to have others imitate the same thing. I can tell you that a few weeks ago, 3 or 4 weeks ago, I was invited to Hollywood, where a young man who was a producer of films decided to help United Nations by having an arts and entertainment committee created. He heard me speak somewhere, and he decided to change his life. So that's again a good effect of my speeches, you see. So he brought us together with Noel Brown of the UN Environment Program and a third colleague from the UN, and we spoke to 850 movie makers, telling them how they can help the world through the movies, because the movies are very fundamental. And instead of having all these murders and all these idiotic things, get the people with beautiful films like Gandhi and other great films like Thomas More that inspire people, that elevate people. You can make a film on Utan, you can make a film on Dag Hammarskjöld, you can make a film on Albert Schweitzer, you can give heroes to the world, make some of the greatest films ever, instead of what you're producing now. And the result has been incredible. I got the phone call. Sometimes my wife complains because at 1 o'clock I'm still in pajama without a shower, just answering telephone calls, you see. But this is my way of networking. I got a telephone call from the man who made the film Casablanca. And he said, Mr. Müller, I heard about your speech, I saw the film of it, and I want to make a film on Costa Rica, the first disarmed country on this planet. I put him immediately in touch with Oscar Arias to do it. I got yesterday another phone just before we left on a similar subject of a man who wants to have balloons built on which all the major changes will be shown to the media so that people can see how frightening these changes are. Just out of this little speech. So that if we can mobilize the major medias like the television and so on, if we can get the publishers to pay more attention to this. I've said to Ted Turner, why don't you produce now also a Turner publication system? Because the books which are favorable, look, the marvelous book by Duell Engin on voluntary simplicity has been dropped by the publishers. Why? Because the publishers want to sell more junk. They don't want to sell the idea of having voluntary simplicity. Here's a marvelous book that has disappeared, and it is up to Ted Turner to create a publishing house that will publish my books, Cousteau's books, and all these people. Let's coalesce. So that here again, all I can say is that you must be, you know, we are all the nerve ends of this planet. Each one of us is the end of the nervous system of this planet. So that do not count on the other nerve. It's interesting to hear what the other nerve has as a perception in Africa or elsewhere, but be your own nerve. And if there is something which you consider to be wrong, do something about it. You cannot imagine the war I have been giving in United Nations agencies against the Scott products. I do not want to have any penny spent in United Nations system on having Scott pesticides on United Nations grounds. In Geneva, all around the Palais des Nations, I write a journal for the last 25 years. The beauty I have seen by just walking to the United Nations and see all these flowers and all these changes during the year. Came Mr. Scott, it had to be uniform green. Now, who is Scott Products to tell me that green is better than all these flowers? In England, they have prohibited now the cutting of grass along the highways. The grass goes naturally, result the birds are back. The birds need to eat also something. But no, you have to have the big mowers, you have to have the engines, you have the whole thing. In Switzerland, they mow the grass, but they're feeding the animals, they're making hay with it. It's only here in the United States that you have. I would like to find out, for example, and I'm sending letters all the time The other day I saw the energy report by a senator. I said, look, my dear senator, I have a proposal to make to save energy. Why don't you suppress all the tolls in the United States? I said, if you would calculate how much energy it takes to stop at the toll and to get 3,000 pounds of cars started again, you would have the most incredible figures on this planet. So why do you divide the country with tolls? I don't know if I'm going to get a reply. Of course, the New York Times has never published one single of my letters in the last 40 years, because that doesn't help their customers. But it doesn't matter, so I try to do it somewhere else. So my recommendation is that if you see something wrong, you are the nerve of the planet. You are the agent of the planet. You're the agent of the cosmos. Do not count on anything else. There was a lady whom I met in Bainbridge the other day. She's going to create an American association for the study of love, because everything is studied on this planet, the time, the watches, everything, but nobody's ever studied love. Incredible concept. So he's going to do it. And we met in Seattle, and she wrote me a beautiful letter in which she said, Mr. Muller, I've learned from you something more important than the need for an association for love. It's the fact that I always thought that it is the powerful people, it's the big people, it is someone else who has to do it. And you gave me the example that I have to do things myself and not count on others. I think this is very fundamental. Do things yourself. As a matter of fact, a very good thing I would like to do too, you to do too. Have an inventory of what you're doing. What good have I done today for the environment? Just write it down. You'll be surprised. I had, on the 40th anniversary of the UN, children from Japan and elsewhere sent me boxes full of little cranes for peace, little birds. And I didn't know why. And then one day I learned the story that in Japan, if someone does 1,000 cranes for peace, they will reach happiness. And children had done this for the little girl who was dying after the Hiroshima bombing. And she became a symbol for these cranes for peace. And then I suddenly discovered one day that this was a message to me. How many cranes for peace do you do? And then I began to write down every day what I was doing for peace. And I was astonished. I thought I was a great peacemaker. At the end of the month, I did practically nothing. I was postponing writing letters. I was postponing doing this, finding 10,000 of excuses, and losing my time in all kinds of trivialities. So I began to improve my performance to the point where now I come to about 300 to 400 cranes for peace a month. Write it down. At the end of the day, just have a little thing. And in the Robert Muller School in Texas, they have produced a book where all the children are going to write their cranes for peace every day. And once they have done 1,000 cranes of peace, they send it to the Secretary General of the UN. Do the same thing. Find out every day, what have I done today, either for peace or for the environment. The environment is even better. Have I cut the lights somewhere? Have I left the lights on? Have I diminished my showering time from the American 15 minutes to the Europeans or even Chilean 3 minutes, because there they have to save on water? Do it. You will be amazed. And then at the end of the year, that's 350 days. You have an average life of 73 years. Multiply 73 times 350 days by 10 actions a day for the environment, and you will be astonished by what you as a human being can do. And don't count on the governments to do it.
Oh, thou kind Lord, this gathering is turning to thee. These hearts are radiant with thy love. These minds and spirits are exhilarated by the message of thy glad tidings. Oh God, let this American democracy become glorious in spiritual degrees, even as it has aspired to material degrees, and render this confirm this revered nation to upraise the standard of the oneness of humanity, to promulgate the most great peace, to become thereby most glorious and praiseworthy among all the nations of the world. Oh God, this American nation is worthy of thy favors, is deserving of thy mercy. Make it precious